Dr. Dykeman,
Here.
and Dr. Anderson.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We do have a quorum. I do know that Dr. Maddox is on her way, and we know that Dr. Yeager is traveling at this time. We'll move forward with item 2, and that is to amend and or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Dr. Anderson made a motion, Ms. Hull the second. The floor is open for any more conversation or discussion.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
So didn't have an opportunity to speak with anyone individually about this. No, not everyone individually about this. But we have a very important item coming up for our officer nominations. I don't know which number that is.
It is, it's actually under the board president report, under nomination of board officers. And there's an update there. So I was gonna suggest, while it's under the board president's report of the nominations, when we actually do the elections, that it's in a different place for next week's agenda. But right now, yeah, it's under the board report, under item 6.
I would like to add a discussion of our policy that has imposed term limits on the officers of the Board of Education.
Okay, is that a motion to add an agenda item under number 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we have, we're in the middle of a motion to approve that has been, that has a second, and Ms. Davis is, I guess that would be a substitute motion to add that agenda item. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second to add that change. Floor is open for further questions. Okay, so all in favor of adding that to a number 2, basically, under the board president's report, if you would show by raising your hands and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All opposed, if you would. Okay. Mr. Davis, and any abstaining. Okay, that motion carries. And so I guess, Mr. Pruitt, you may have to help me. I got myself lost in a motion. But we have added discussion to under the board president's report about our policies for board officers. So we've made that change. And I guess now we would go back to the floor would be open for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Thank
So
you.
moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Davis, a second by Ms. Hull. The floor is open. All right. All in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, if you would, raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, the same sign? And any abstaining? Okay, that motion carries, and so the agenda, the amended agenda is before us. We'll move forward to item 3, and these are our informational items, starting with the Early Head Start Policy Council meeting minutes. Were there any questions or
I have
follow-up
no
discussion?
questions, but I found this fascinating to read these minutes every month. So Karen, they're so perfectly and meticulously prepared. I really appreciate that. It gives us a lot of insight into how that organization works. And it's an example for me, at least in terms of how the partnership with Bright from the Start and Early Head Start is working so well with our school system. So thank you again for the details of what's happening in that organization.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
And I don't know if they're going to mention it in their presentation later today, but they did have um, an audit of sorts that they had to undergo as a part of their grant out of the Department of Education. And several of us members participated in those meetings. And I feel as though those meetings went really well. And it's just a testament to the wonderful work that they're doing and their wonderful reporting and just organization and making sure that all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted over there. So good job.
I agree. Thank you very much. Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll move forward to the SPLOS monthly report. Any follow-up discussion or questions? Okay. We'll move forward to the Athens Community Career Academy report. And I did not have at least anything inside of my
I didn't see a report.
assembly, but just being sure, Mr. Gaskins and Ms. Palmer.
That's correct. They're not meeting until the end of this month.
Okay. Okay. Moving forward to our board community reports, this is item number 4. Item 1 is our Athens Area Community Foundation. I didn't have anything there either. Don't know what you all were able to see. Okay. And I think that's Dr. Maddox, right? Is that Dr. Yeah. And I don't have anything that she's sent, but
They usually only meet quarterly also, so there may not have been a meeting since our last meeting.
okay. All right. So we'll move forward to our Envision Athens. I don't have anything under that report, but is there any additional information?
Not yet, not since our last meeting.
Okay. All right.
You skipped the COC.
Did I? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Wait, what did I skip, Dr.
Number
Dykeman?
2.
Number 2? Okay.
It's usually the same thing that we get in the SPOS monthly report, but I don't know if there's something more.
I'm sorry about that. Any further discussion on the community oversight or SPLOS monthly report? Okay, we will move forward to the Georgia School Boards Association. I don't have any updates. I do know that Mr. Davis has shared some information about our legislative agenda, but I don't have any updates. Do you all have any updates that you've received, Ms. Davis or Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I do think that members should be aware that the Georgia School Board Association has ended its relationship with the National School Board Association. And this was something that was, communicated. It wasn't done at a meeting per se. I mean, there have been some complaints that the Georgia School Board Association has had for the last couple of years in terms of operations of the national level. But in terms of and we did receive notice that the Georgia School Board Association had quit paying its dues, I think last May or something. But in terms of the seriousness of withdrawing, it was unfortunate that it wasn't really communicated to all board members. It was just a certain channel that it was communicated with, and so personally, I found that very upsetting to me. But by the time I found out about it, it was a done deal. So just wanted to let board members know if they didn't already know.
Well, I think I do have a question. Does that affect our ability to participate in the National School Board Conference? And if it does not, is there a procedure that we go through if more than 2 board members would like to attend that conference? Because I would like to attend it.
The understanding is that this year, everything is as is.
Okay,
So it doesn't affect this time.
but next year, it
But,
may.
but, we, yeah,
Okay.
after this particular conference, then, there won't be any relationship, unfortunately.
And so relative to that, I did say that I would go if no one else had signed up, but it looks like we have 5 of us going already. And I don't think your name was on that list, so that would make a 6th board member to go to San Francisco to the NSBA, to which we are no longer a part. And so I'm going to be reconsidering my decision to go. One, because we would be an automatic walking quorum, and 2, I don't see any way for us to be together at a conference where 6 of us are present and we're not talking about school board things when we're going to a school board conference. And so, I mean, we can certainly stay away from any local issues. I'm just not confident that I am capable of doing that. So I think I'll just withdraw and not go to the conference this year. And there is a penalty for that withdrawal, and I will certainly reimburse the district for that penalty.
Well, can I just go in your stead?
I'm sorry.
Can I just go in your stead?
That's fine with me if they'll allow that.
Mr. Pruitt?
It's not a
Okay.
problem. Thank you.
Yep. And so perhaps you all can, talk amongst yourselves if it's something that you, decide that you want to go to, or Ms. Davis, if it's something that you want to go to, and you can speak with Ms. Palmer about adding your name to that list, because I think this is the first time really that many of us are really able to go, based on the past couple of years. I know when we first came on to the board, there was some encouragement to really go and be able to basically look at,
Mhm.
professional development, understanding what other school districts are doing. And we weren't, able to do that for a variety of different reasons. And so, yep. So speak with Ms. Palmer and Ms. Davis. It sounds like it's room for all of us that are interested in going to go.
That's exciting. Then I may change my mind again.
Okay.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Mr. Pruitt said. I mean, there are entire school boards that come to these conferences and not only participate as participants, but also make presentations about the great work that their school districts are doing. So it's a real kind of show and tell, what innovative and successful programs different school districts have instituted. So, yeah, I mean, and the superintendents are frequently there, and sometimes they're making the presentations along with other school board members. So I just want to say that again, I applaud board members who are willing to take time out from their busy schedule and go to this.
All right, thank you. Moving forward to item 5. These are, let's see, the advisory board reports and updates. And Ms. Bonas, I think, or actually Mr. Gaskins, for some reason my mind went straight to the board advisory committee, but I think this would include all of those advisory boards, from teacher advisory boards to,
So that is correct. The parent advisory board has been rescheduled, so we do not have minutes for that. And then we just met with the teacher advisory board at 4:00. So we'll provide those updates in the board update.
okay. I do see a note here for the superintendent student advisory council. I know they met this week, right?
Yes, we
Mhm.
met Monday.
Okay, all right. And then the board advisory board will meet, is it February the 9th? Okay, yeah. Speaking of that, I guess I'll need to just make a note about that under the president's report. Is there any questions about that? Are there any questions about the advisory board meetings? Okay, we'll move forward with the board president's report. There are just a few reminders under item 1. Oh, excuse me. Before I get to item 1, just a few reminders um, that want you to keep in mind that there will be some shifts to our agenda. Because we no longer have our committees, and we did talk some about, how do we address new business and, things of that nature. And so if you take a look, you will see that there's an item 13 on our agenda, and that's future business items, and that just really holds space for if there are topics that the board would like to see discussed, related to our strategic plan or initiatives or even policy. Since we don't have that space, that policy committee space anymore, that's been placed there. We also have added a place for board recognition. And so that is just, any board updates or recognition. This is sort of in response, Ms. Hall, I know like earlier we sort of talked some about that. It's been months ago. But if board members just have any announcements or things like that, it doesn't have to be recognitions, but announcements, updates, we could take 2 or 3 minutes to be able to take the time to do that. And if you notice our regular agenda, the business meeting agenda has that place for recognitions. And so Ms. Palmer we're sort of playing with putting it somewhere in their board updates / recognition. So I just didn't want you to be, surprised next week. So be thinking about that. We will have, of course, expectations that we remain within some general parameters. We don't want to, take up too much time, but we want to create time for us to be able to provide some updates as well. Let's see. Just a reminder too, and I'll send out an email. I think I was supposed to send this email out, but the ad hoc committee for our facilities and how we recognize individuals who have contributed significantly to the CCSD. I want to encourage that committee to sort of get started, particularly now that we are transitioning, hopefully to the new building. And so I'll send out a reminder with just the general charge, and the charge just had the dates and the purpose of that ad hoc committee.
Did we have a chair? Because if not, it would be great if you'd appoint a chair, and then that would make sure that it happens.
Okay, yeah, no, we didn't have a chair, and as it stands, at least with our former policies on committees, you all normally decide that, when you meet, who that chair will be.
We don't have a policy anymore.
Yeah, so
Thank you so much.
okay, well, that's done. So, and I'll just send out a reminder so that we can get that work going. Particularly, like I said, since we are transitioning, we're changing locations. All right, we will move forward. As mentioned, we have our nomination of board officers under item 1, and then under item 2, we also have the discussion of the policies related. And Ms. Hall, if you don't mind, or someone, if you can pull up our policies that are related to actually, I think that was one of our ones for review, actually, right? Wasn't that under one of the policies that we were reviewing?
Yeah, it's number 6. Policy BBA.
Okay, yes. So if you could pull that up, Ms. Palmer. Okay, thank you, Ms. Hall. So we'll start first with the nomination of board officers. Ms. Palmer, has provided us with 2 sheets here. And what's going to happen is with the nomination of the officers, this first sheet, you place the name of the person down, and you select whether it is for president or vice president. And then you also do that with the second sheet as well. And after you've done that, I'm going to ask that you pass those this way. And Dr. Maddox, if you don't mind, after they pass them up, if you would just read off all of the nominations that we have. And that will satisfy our policy tonight for being able to make nominations. Okay. And so if you would take a cup, Mr. Davis.
I think I asked this 2 years ago because this form has always confused me. So one sheet is for the president and the other sheet is for the vice president. So,
Yes, that's my understanding. But either way, like you're going to put on there, you're just going to circle president. And then on the other one, you would circle the opposite. So you get one nomination for president and one nomination for vice president.
and where did the names go? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You see,
Oh,
right?
on that, okay, on that
Mhm.
list, name of,
Yep.
okay.
And then
Okay.
you're going to put your signature and print your name. So we'll, know that it came
got you.
from you.
Okay.
So we'll take a few minutes to do that. And when you're done, you can just pass them this way.
I think before we pass them to the attorney. The neutrality. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, we're folding them? Well, we signed them, it doesn't matter, does it? I hear you. Nobody called me, so I'm operating on my own.
I have a question. So
Yes, Ms. Hull.
if we have a discussion as point two and it changes our vote, do we then revote again? If we have a discussion about policy limits and that discussion would change how we would nominate, does that matter?
Ms. Spirit, I may need your help. So I think if that discussion has implications for, tonight's nominations, then possibly, but, it's very well possible that that conversation may not have implications for tonight's nominations and maybe for future.
Okay.
And so I'm not exactly sure. Could you?
Change qualifications for officers and voted on that before you voted on officers themselves.
Which I think may happen.
Okay. That would be.
I mean, I don't know, but I think there's the potential for that to happen.
But if we're changing the policy, take it out for public comment, right?
Right.
Unless you suspend the rules. So yeah, I mean, it would be a strange constellation of circumstances to make that change that quickly. This whole process. But,
Okay.
So
and
the discussion isn't gonna happen until next week either? I guess we can talk about it when we talk about the policy itself. Okay.
So from my understanding, the discussion does happen tonight, and tonight we're just making the nominations. And so if something changes next week, we're not taking action on anything tonight. We're reading the names. And so if something changes, then that would be a matter of it being reflected in the agenda. Mr. Pruitt, did I? Okay. I think so. Yeah, that'll maybe your microphone.
It says just the name of each person nominated, but not the number of
Oh,
nominations.
okay. Thank you, Dr. Dykeman. So just the name. Sorry. Want another minute or so to.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry. For president, Nicole Hull, Kara Deitman, Lakeisha Gant. Okay. For vice president, Mumby Anderson, Karina Gallinger, sorry, Karina, and Nicole Hull.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maddox. All right, we will move forward. So those nominations are in. Mr. Pruitt, just to be sure, and our policy people, are we clear? Have I satisfied our nomination? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. We will move forward to actually item 2. This was an amended, this was an item that was added, and this is a discussion of the policy that is related to board officers. And so that's policy BBA. And Ms. Palmer has pulled that policy up for us. And Ms. Davis, I want to first start with you. I know that was something that you brought to our agenda. So if you want to start us off with that discussion.
So in looking at the review of the policy, the concern that I have is that we have I came on the board in 2012. We have had 5 superintendents, and we have had 4 boards in that time. And so that doesn't give us any sense of continuity in terms of the educational leadership that we're providing and governing this Clark County School District. I would like for us to consider this concept of a term limit. When you bring brand new people into a position, they're here for 2 years, just about the time that they kind of get it under their belts in terms of the comfort of running this district or even understanding the protocol and what governance is all about. And then we eject them and bring someone else in to start over again. I've actually described this as that sense of Groundhog Day as it comes to this. And yet these children are our most precious commodity. They are what we are here for. And I don't see how exercising term limits does anything to advance the educational opportunities for our community. We're a governance board. We're not administration, so we're not running anything. But we absorb an extraordinary amount of the superintendent's time as they try and understand what our priorities are and what our policies are. And to redo that every 2 years, to me, seems to be a bit extraneous. So my recommendation originally was that we suspend the rules and ignore this change on term limits, because in reality, the former policy allowed us to exercise term limits by simply voting for somebody else. But this board or that board did not feel confident that that would be sufficient to bring about the change that they wanted. Again, if we take responsibility for our actions, I feel that we won't need a policy on term limits because we elect every 2 years. And so therefore, if someone can continue to work in this position that they work so diligently to understand and grasp, allow them to do that for another 2 years at least. And then if it's a mandatory thing because you just don't want someone to get too comfortable in the thing, then maybe that might be it. But I would highly recommend that we not continue to shoot ourselves in the foot in terms of trying to build leadership, get to understand that leadership, and that leadership get comfortable with working with us and the district and administration. And then fruit basket, turn it all over again. I do not look forward to going through these changes a sixth time in 8 years. And our schools have simply deteriorated over that time. I think it's time for us to take a realistic grown-up look at what we're doing to our kids and to our community. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any additional comment, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, one is just a question. So we've had, how many board presidents since you've been here, Linda?
I'll name them. Sims, Lanou,
Oh, you're talking about superintendents?
superintendents. I'm sorry.
Oh, but I thought the term limits.
If I said presidents, I meant superintendents. We've had 3 board presidents in the 8 years that I've been here. Charles Worthy, who was our longtime board president because no one chose to run against him. And then also, because he did such a great job, also Jared Bybee, who was here for a short while, and then his relocation sent him out of the state. And Lakeisha graciously came in to fulfill his term. And then we went through this controversy about her being able to serve 2 years under a term on an election. And so those are the numbers of presidents we've had.
Okay, so you combined the superintendents and the presidents.
I made a mistake, Mr.
Oh,
Davis.
Okay. Well, let me just speak against it in the sense that, because I was around when we put this into place, and the reason we did so is that, it's a feeling that each of us are, individually, we have no authority whatsoever. It's only as a body, and that
I don't believe that.
and that we view the position at the time of president as more of an administrative in the terms of operating of the board, or maybe like a traffic cop might be a good analogy too. But I think it's, for when I was my first term, I only experienced the leadership of one person, and I think I benefited by being here long enough to experience the leadership of 2 additional people. So, to me, it fleshes out the job more, and it also reinforces the fact that each of us as individuals are just average citizens who are elected to do a job once we come together. So I just feel pretty strongly that the policy is sound. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other feedback or comment?
Yes,
Dr. Maddox.
I definitely value what Ms. Davis is saying. However, I do also value the opportunity for, anyone who wants to be in that chair position or vice chair leadership, that it is rotated so that all, each person can bring their skill set to the board. So I agree that I believe that the policy is sound. Another thing is just a personal thing with people even being on boards for 100 years. That's just a personal thing of mine. I just think, we've had, that we did have a board chair who had been a board chair for a long time. And I just think that it's fair to give other people opportunities.
So my comment will be, I respectfully disagree with that. I think that there is power in being able to vote. And I think if someone is sitting in that position for several terms, it's because the confidence, or at least the majority of the board, feels that they have the ability and the capacity to do that. And so I think as a board, being able to vote, we have the ability to remove someone from that position or elect someone new to that position. And it does seem to kind of put a hamper on what we can do as a board in that position. I think Dr. Gant has done a wonderful job. And it saddens me that she's not able to even be considered to be a chair for another term, when I feel like she may really just be getting the total picture of what's going on and really putting in some sound leadership for our board, but she can't do it per the policy. And I just don't think that is healthy for our board or healthy for our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I will say, so I don't really know how to separate this from from my role right now, but I promise it is, if that means anything. I do tend to agree with Ms. Hall and Ms. Davis that I think the power is really in the vote. I think the board speaks for, what the board needs at that time. I do think that there is definitely need for continuity. With that said, I definitely think there needs to be some work with this particular policy. The other part of that is that I'm fully okay with that work happening after my term. And so, if it's something that, that the board is inclined to do work on, I definitely would support that. And that is whether I'm in this seat or not. But I do think we have had a lot of turnover. I think when you compare to other districts, having that term limit is I won't say it's unusual, but it's not as common. And I was not on the board at that time, so I certainly can't speak to things that drove it. But I do think there is certainly something to be said about the board being able to take action on what the board feels that it needs. I too do not believe in terms that go on forever and ever. The other part of that, however, to any organization is some type of continuity and consistency. And pair that with just the significant change that even in our short 4 years that we've experienced, I think it would be wise for us to take a look at that policy. But again, I'm totally okay looking at that policy if the board would be open to doing that after the nominations. Which, if that then means that I need to pull myself out of the nomination, I'm totally fine doing that. But just that whoever else is in this seat after me, I really think they're going to need some time to figure out what in the world is happening, what's going on, and the rules, and it's a continuous learning process. So.
I want to be clear, Dr. Gant. I would love for you to be the president again, but I always think besides the group that's sitting at the table at the moment, and so that's where my thought process. I have watched the board for a long time, and I'll leave it at that. So I don't think within where we are right now. I think outside and for future. So I just want to be clear. You are awesome president.
It's been a great, challenging and great journey. But this is more so thinking about, moving forward and really building the capacity as a board, minus Lakeisha and minus whoever else, as we transition and go through changes, just sort of providing some continuity. So, Ms. Davis.
So I'm not going to try and do a rebuttal, but I am going to add one last, I think I said it before, this work is the work of governing an institution that's over 200 years old. It is not about individual aspirations, and it is not about trying to build professional development for individuals who chose to serve the community. It is about doing the best job that we can collectively to serve the children of this community. And you do that, I think, by building that stability and building a vision for the future that everyone supports. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. Any other? Oh, Mr. Davis and Ms. Hull, and then we'll.
Yeah, I just want to echo too that I take credit for begging Dr. Gant to run. And she was the right person at the right time, and I have no doubt about that whatsoever. I am this is just a matter of principle with me, and I really want to have, I want every member of the board to see themselves both as a member of the board, but also as providing leadership to the school district. And, I don't think that there's ever a first among equals. That term bothers me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Hall, and then we'll wrap up this discussion.
So with this current discussion and looking at policy BDC for policy adoption, it says any board member or the superintendent may suggest to the board chair a new or revised policy. And so with us not having a policy committee would now be the appropriate time to recommend to the board chair that we look at revising this policy to take out the term limits. And that was policy BDC, boy, dog, cat.
I don't know. That's a good question. And I know in particular, since we're sort of in not a transition, but, with, Dr. Thomas and Mr. Gaskin sitting in, Mr. Pruitt, could you add any, I guess, perspective from to be sure that if the board decides to follow that policy, that they would be within the law?
I'm going to lean to my friend, Dr. Harris King's policy and BDC here. Yeah, now normally,
Mr. Gaskin, can you get that microphone?
yeah, well, I think what we're talking about is not suspending the rules, but just what would be the normal process if the board member wants to suggest a change. So if I remember correctly, the way this is written is it would go to staff for review and then recommendation. But this being purely a matter of board policy, board operations and not district operations, is there anything in here that would, make an exception for that? I don't remember anything. So I guess the question then would be, you make the suggestion, does it go to the board to vote on whether to send it to? Okay. So it need to go on an agenda for the board to vote whether to send it to staff for review, drafting, recommendation, and then bring it back to the board.
Dr. Gant?
And so that would be more of a process for those policies that aren't directly related to board. It sounds like either one is an option. Is that what I hear you saying, Mr. Pruitt? Okay. Okay.
Unless you want to add something to this for that's the process for any policy change, including the policy.
Okay. Wonderful.
So
Thank
then
you.
I'll
Ms. Davis.
reconsider, maybe I said the wrong thing. I would like for us to consider a motion to suspend the rules and allow term limits to be void for this election.
Okay, and so that motion, Ms. Davis, would that be tonight, or that's something to discuss next week?
Whenever it is appropriate for us to suspend the rules prior to the election, I would think.
Yeah, it seems like it would be something appropriate for next week's agenda, since that's when we take action on the actual.
Then be forewarned, I will be making a motion to suspend the rules and allow term limits to not govern the 2022 election of board officers. Somebody write that down because I won't remember.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis. So we will thank you all for that discussion. We'll move forward.
Can I
Yes, Mr.
okay.
Davis.
Within that discussion, because I think, didn't we recently suspend the rules to do an action, do a change in policy or not?
I think it was the policy, the committee, the policies around committees.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I'm just getting leery that something that we haven't done that I remember ever on the board for 7 years. We're doing it twice in a short period of time. I don't know what kind of message that sends to the public. It's like we have a process by which, well, we did have a process we still have a process about how policies are altered. We just switched those procedures. But part of that, regardless of the old way with the policy committee or the new way, I think we're still going out to public comment, right?
I don't know. We don't have a policy that says that.
Okay, now I'm really nervous. You're making me really
No,
nervous.
we still have
Because we
public
didn't
comment
work
for
out the
policies.
But what I'm saying is Linda is saying that she's not sure, based on her reading, if we're required to do that.
No.
And so I'm just cautioning this board, that we've got to be concerned about the message we're sending out to the public, that we have a 30-day opportunity for them to respond to changing policy, but we will overrule it if we see fit. And this is the second time we're proposing it in as many months. So.
Mr. Pruitt has his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Pruitt and then Dr. Anderson. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So it does contain the 30-day, that period out for public review.
Or we can suspend the rules.
Or we can suspend the rules. And that's the case, I think, with any of our policies. Okay. Dr. Anderson, thank you.
I mean, I think everything that is heard to the public needs context. So when you say that, the context behind that is that both of these suspensions were dealing with the way that we govern ourselves, not the way that our governance is affecting our children. So that context, I think, is really, really important to also be on public record, that these suspensions have to do with us and our leadership and the tumultuous waters that we have been in for several years that we are now trying to correct.
Right.
That's the context.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you all for that. Mr. Pruitt.
May I just clarify the agenda process now? The
Yes.
agenda is built by the superintendent and the board officers. So they may or may not choose, based on the discussion tonight, to put this suspending the rules and making the policy change on next week's agenda. If they choose to put it there, any board member may make a motion to remove it before the policy is adopted. If they choose not to put it on there, any board member may make a motion to add it before the agenda is adopted. So that's how it will go. And the board officers and superintendent will need to give direction to Ms. Palmer as to whether to place that on the agenda next week prior to the vote for board officers.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Pruitt.
What's the power of the vote? If the board votes to put this on the agenda and the superintendent and the board president and vice president choose not to, then what was the power of the vote of the board?
That's what I'm saying. You don't vote tonight. You vote next week. If you see the agenda and it's not there, you can make a motion to approve the agenda with the addition of an item 4. If that gets a second and a majority vote, now it's on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for that discussion. We'll move forward to the superintendent's report. Mr. Gaskins, is there any information here?
Yes, ma'am. Just a couple of announcements. The first is there was an email sent out about the virtual breakfast on Friday. It is canceled. They will send out a recording instead of us logging on to a Zoom. Okay. The other announcements, one, we had a science fair this past Saturday at Hillsman Middle School. We had over 100 students participated in that science fair, and 51 of those students' projects qualified for our regional fair. so they'll move on to the next round. It was really, really, it was a really great science fair. We thought that we're going to need to postpone it, but we went through with it and it was great. After the science fair, we all crossed the street and went to Cedar Shoals High School for the Classic City basketball game. The Cedar Shoals girls defeated Clark Central girls with a score of 59-37. And then the Clark Central boys defeated the Cedar Shoals boys with a score of 53-48. So it was a really, really busy Saturday for all who attended. The other thing that we wanted to update the board on and the public is just some of our additional mitigation efforts that we are implementing. So we signed an MOU with the Department of Public Health just earlier this week that we're going to have a opt-in voluntary testing program for students and staff. So school nurses will be trained tomorrow and next week, Tuesday, about administering this rapid test. So communication will go out to staff and parents tomorrow. Teachers will be able to administer the test themselves. Of course, nurses will administer those to students. So we're working with, I think it's pronounced Mako, is it Mako? Mako Labs to actually have a permanent turnkey site, probably this building, where parents and teachers can come get tested if they need it. And so they're going to order those rapid tests and they will be at our disposal for our students and for our staff. And it's at no cost to us. So that's the great part. The other update is that we have more vaccination clinics. We are trying to finalize this information with principals, but on February 9th, February 10th, and February 11th, we are planning to have vaccination clinics and boosters for eligible individuals at Coyle Middle School, BHL, Clark Central High School, Clark Middle School, and Cedar Shoals, as well as Hillsman Middle School. So on the 9th, the 10th, and 11th of February, those individuals that need vaccinations will have the ability to do so, as well as those individuals that need boosters. And so those are all of our announcements.
Mr. Davis, thank you, Mr. Gaskins.
Yes, and I do want to applaud the efforts of the school district in terms of testing and in terms of vaccinations, and extending the incentives and thinking about further extension. So I feel very comfortable when parents talk to me about recommending school as just as safe as anywhere else they can go. Saying that, I took advantage of the spreadsheet that Ms. Palmer sent out and asked under superintendent's report where I could state my question and get a response. Mr. Gaskins, I'm not quite happy with the response, and I tell you this, I do think that, I know we have options for high school students, and I know that we have those same options, I believe, for middle school students. And I do appreciate your instructing the principals, like you responded to me, instructing them to work with the parents if they have concerns. And that's certainly the first go-to place. I just find it difficult, though, that with all the resources that we have been given around dealing with this COVID, that we cannot find a way to do virtual learning for elementary school. I understand that last semester only 6 families took advantage of it. I understand that those 6 families were contacted this time and they said they no longer needed those services. I get all that. I'm just embarrassed when our board president, because our board president has been designated to kind of respond to the parents, that I think her responses have been weak, not because of her own doing, but because we're not clear as a board exactly what to tell parents who say, I don't feel safe with my kid being in school. Okay? Like I said before, I feel that we have done all we can do, and I think our kids need to be in the classroom, and I will tell any parent that at any time, any day of the week. But I'm just not pleased with the fact that we have not armed our president to respond to parents in an effective way, where instead of saying, we hear what you're saying and we appreciate your comments, she ought to be able to say, these are your options. And it could be a standard response. But I do think that we need to work with her, the district does, to work with her to respond to these parents, because this is not something where I'm complaining about the principal. Yeah, go ahead. We do hear you, and the superintendent is on this link, so you're being heard. But when this situation with COVID is totally different than a complaint about a principal or a teacher or some mundane process. So I really am hoping still that maybe next week or something that we will have a very clear understanding as to what's available, to what degree it's available, how it works for in even terms of early learning, so that we have a package of information as board members that we can tell any parent, if you don't want to send your child to school, these are your options, A, B, C, D, or in this, depending on the grade level, I guess. But that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Ms. Davis?
I'm kind of disappointed because I've read all of these emails and a lot of this information has been provided. And I think that it is important that we allow administration to do what administration does. If the board chooses to have a different response, I'm not sure how the administration can dictate that to us. So I'm concerned that this started out as a comment, I guess, about not being able to provide a service that there is no demand for. And it morphed into some other things. So, Mr. Davis, I'm not sure why we would be talking about what the president should say. Is that our responsibility? It just felt very awkward to me to have this dialogue. It just felt like we were not only getting into administration, but we were also trying to dictate as a single board member what the president and how the president should respond to people. That just does not feel appropriate to me.
Any additional questions or concerns for Mr. Gaskins with the superintendent's report?
I would just add, and I want to say publicly, if there are parents that are anxious and have a level of anxiety of sending their students back to school, we acknowledge that. Our response and what we've directed principals to do is to work with those families. Every single parent that has called me directly, I've always sent them to the principal, and the principal has usually been able to resolve that issue. If they haven't been able to resolve that issue, I've resolved that issue for them. So we are pretty confident in our leaders, and we are pretty comfortable in the flexibility that we've been able to give parents around making sure that if their kid is not coming to school, that they don't fall behind academically by providing resources and tasks and materials for them to work at home. So I would just say publicly, if there's a parent that is listening or a parent that has that concern, please contact the principal. If you are not being if we're not meeting your needs, the principal's not meeting your needs, contact me, and then we'll make sure that those needs are met.
Thank you.
I guess sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Anderson.
I guess the only, I thought about it for a while when Mr. Davis was saying that, and although I don't feel as though you may not feel that you were put in a position to respond, quote unquote, weekly to the emails. There were several emails where they had very specific questions about safety protocol, about devices and equipment and things like that, where I think there was a void in a response for a substantial period of time, which can frustrate parents and then sort of trickles into, as we all know, the social media, and then it causes all sorts of so perhaps the real issue here is the lack of a communication plan that we have, that we've been talking about for a year now. If we had a consistent communication plan where you were able to send, even if it's a canned response, something that answers these parents' questions, then perhaps Mr. Davis's thoughts on your responses to those parents would be a little different. But you know, that's a discussion we've been having for a year now. So perhaps we can address that more succinctly at a different time.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think it falls under the communication plan, and it's a fine line. You know, as Ms. Davis has said as well. What falls within my purview? I have a lot of thoughts and opinions and things that I think I know as far as what's going on. But the reality is, the individuals that are working in the district, they have more real time knowledge about what's going on, how many, what type of virtual options did they explore, how many people are signed up for virtual, what are the problems they ran into. Um, and so I think, yeah, I think it's both, perhaps, having some more work around the communication plans. If there is some additional, additional way that, board members would request the person in this seat to respond, particularly around, COVID issues or, sort of those urgent issues. I think that could be important for the board to communicate, but then also for the board to work with the person who's communicating to work with the district, because it just seems like the information changes so soon. And the other part of that is not wanting to put out information that's not accurate. I can think of several of the questions that I actually thought one thing, and like, had I replied in that particular manner, um, it could have been either incorrect information or not just, intentionally, but not updated information. So it's definitely worth some more conversations between, like, whoever, that the board president and Dr. Thomas, Mr. Gaskins, as it relates to how they want to move forward with that and how it fits, under that communication plan. It does definitely put the person in a pretty awkward position, particularly if they have not copied the Dr. Thomas or her staff on it, because I do rely on, Mr. Gaskins or Dr. Thomas to be able to answer those questions, or their cabinet to be able to answer those questions that that parents have. And I think that expectation is appropriate, considering they're, they have more boots on the ground. Yeah. But I think so. Yes, Dr. Anderson, and yes, Miss Davis, and everyone. I think it is, maybe some more conversation that can be had around that. And I'm more than open to, taking, looking at that and taking any feedback, for this duration of my tenure. All right. Additional questions for Mr. Gaskins?
One last question. Is there a reason why parents cannot enroll their children into the online platform except for once or twice a year?
Right. So there is a registration window, and our registration window, we started all the way back in October to register students. Part of it is because we register with Georgia Virtual, and those are like drop dead dates. And then the other part is because of the other vendor that we use. We have to let them know how many people we're using, and then they give us a quote, and then we pay them. There are some exceptions around that. So Sometimes students start late in the year, and sometimes we can make those exceptions. But it's usually like a three-day window. And once we start in the semester, which we started on Thursday, there's usually not a lot of wiggle room to enroll students. And to add to that, I'm sorry, because I think that Ms. Gallagher asked me a question around that. That is why we are adding more CCSD teachers who are teaching virtual school compared to using Georgia Virtual. So we can have more control over that timeline. That's just going to take us a little while to do.
Ms. Gallagher, can you turn your mic on?
Here. Okay, so it's more of a follow-up question. So a while ago at a meeting, I remember you making a presentation saying there was a cap at 300 students. Is that still so?
Currently, yes, we're well below that cap.
Right.
But it's a cap at 300 unless we would need to increase it. We have the ability to increase it.
Okay, but students cannot enroll to fill up those vacant seats that we already paid for.
Yes, because the registration has passed. So they've cut off the additional registration.
So
We
do
don't
we
pay
get-
for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do we get our money back?
Yeah, we don't pay for that. And
Okay.
actually, we're not paying for any of our Georgia Virtual because we wrote a grant and we're getting those for free. So actually, what we're just paying for is the teachers, the CCSD teachers.
But not Georgia Virtual.
Right. We wrote a grant. So it's being paid, but just not from us.
Okay, and then are we still using Edgenuity for those same students who are doing?
We're using Edgenuity for our middle school students, and we're using Edgenuity for credit recovery. Georgia Virtual was a different platform.
So Edgenuity, are we paying for that?
We are. And we've
then-
always paid for Edgenuity at the middle school. It just hadn't been really used.
And we don't have a cap on seats with that?
We do have a cap on seats for Edgenuity. We increased our cap on Edgenuity when we added middle school.
And have we reached the cap?
No, I don't believe we've reached a cap.
But we're not enrolling more students.
Right, because when we can enroll more students when needed. There's not a demand. Currently, I'm not aware of a demand for enrolling more middle school students. I think where the demand is elementary.
Okay. But Edgenuity is not for them.
Edgenuity is not for them.
Thank you.
Yes.
One last question. And in the instances where you have found, or whether principals have identified parents who would rather keep their children at home, particularly at that elementary school level, has there been a strain in administration meeting those needs of those kids who are exclusively virtual but aren't, I guess, in a formal virtual classroom environment?
The strain has been when a student has had attendance issues in the past, and when we worked virtually as elementary school in the past, that engagement. So that has been the biggest strain. For the most part, we've been able to make those accommodations. Our concern is that if a parent has asked for virtual school and there's been low engagement, we've been a little cautious about granting that accommodation because we don't know if that student is actually going to be keeping up academically. And so we've encouraged those kids to come in because it might be an attendance issue and not a I'm anxious about coming back in the middle of a pandemic issue.
And one last question. Have you been able to gauge the number, and an approximate is fine, of parents who are demanding this, I guess, modified virtual structure for their elementary age children?
Not an exact number. It's in the teens. It's in the low teens.
Mhm.
I have not received emails, and I usually receive a lot of emails from parents asking specifically. I have not received a lot of specific emails from parents, but we know that some schools have received 2 or 3 per school. I would say there was no more than 20 requests. 20 would be high.
Mhm. I think it's just interesting, the dichotomy of what we see with our interactions on phone and email versus the other, 1,500 or 2,000 parents who are just kind of hoping that the schools stay open. I think that's very interesting,
Mhm.
which is why I was asking about that demand and what that's looked like from your experience.
Mhm.
Ms. Hall?
I apologize if I missed it because I had a mini emergency. But with the virtual school, when we are in a situation where our administration is doing threat assessments for children, do we have that option to take those children virtual, even though the registration period has closed? And if not, is that something that the administration is looking at doing?
We could. Um, I would say on the instructional part, it is very difficult to change a child's instructional model in the middle of the semester. We will do whatever is safe and in the best interest of the child. I would say that it would be very hard if a student is dealing with whatever their personal issue is and catching up in a course that they may have to start from the beginning in. We can do it. It was just going to take a lot of support for that child.
Is there any type of limitation on that?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. My thing is that I know that, we've got the message out there that parents are not always listened to. And sometimes parents can be very unreasonable. And I'm very concerned about parental involvement in curriculum. And so, and would be very defensive on stuff like that. But in terms of the health of their children, I do think that we need to bend over backwards as much as humanly possible and make as many exceptions as possible, to give parents and give them a clear understanding that they may be jeopardizing the progress of their student. But ultimately, in terms of whether they feel safe in school or not, it's going to be up to the parent.
I agree with that, and you made me think about something, Mr. Davis, is that when kids don't come to school, we do call and see what the reason is, right? So sometimes they may not be getting the information that they need to know that we are here to support their student. But if they're absent, then we follow up and make that call. And then in that discussion, we talk about other ways that we can support them and accommodate them.
I think, and I'll just say, related to what Mr. Davis said, really thinking through, because there's an impact academically, when a sudden change is made, as it relates to catching up. But I think also, at least for me, it is helpful to know more information about what we're doing then for those most vulnerable students, and not just academically vulnerable, but from a health perspective. And I don't know if that goes into, our students that are served through our special education programs. But when I look at the things that we build and the things that we do, to me, it's sort of, should start with that population in mind and going from there. And so I don't want to go too far over into your area, but I do want to express, my support as an individual board member, for, any additional cost and resources to be sure that our most medically, fragile and vulnerable students are being served, because I think that, it does add an extra layer, an academic layer, but then just a health layer to worry about.
I agree with that, Dr. Gann. And I would say, we have hospital homebound services for students that need them. And the feedback that we received, and we've been through a lot in the last 2 years, there was a demand for us to bring our medically fragile students back first, because our parents have a hard time supporting those students when they are at home. So we thought about, how do we support these kids virtually? And their parents said, no, we want you to bring them back, because they receive PT, they receive speech services, and there are 3 adults that can support them. So I think we think about both sides, but the feedback that we've gotten really related to our medically fragile students is, one, how do they qualify for hospital homebound when they need it, and we walk them through that process, or please don't go back virtual because I need my child to receive all of these services in person. And there has been some regression because I am not a specialist like the speech teacher or the OT or the PT. So I think there's both sides that we consider, but we can support them in both ways.
And do we have like and I know you may not have this now, and sir, if it's not something that the board is interested in, I'm okay with sort of learning it, as we go through data later in the year. Just curious about the number of students served through special education that have not returned, throughout the pandemic, and who have left the district to do either homeschooling or something else. And I think we talked about it just a little bit at some other time. And maybe you may have even followed up in a board update. I want to be honest, I did miss one or two after, because I think it was last semester when we were in the middle of everything. So,
Okay, we can get that.
but it would be helpful. And I, just want to reiterate, I think the commitment, particularly as it relates to the resources, the financial resources we still have, to doing whatever we can to get the human resources in place for those students particularly, and going from there. But to me, that that's a pretty vulnerable population. So. All right, we will move forward with, thank you, Mr. Gaskins, for all of that information. We will move forward to our presentations and discussions. We have 3 items under number 8. We'll start with number 1. And this is our ERSA, SEA presentation and governance training.
I'm ever so slightly height challenged, so we'll work on that. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to share our Head Start, ERSA, and governance training with you. Those of you who have been with the board recognize that this is a training that you receive every January. So as we add new members to the board or have changes, their annual training comes forward in January, so that we can make sure we keep you up to date and on target. Our annual training is really about ensuring that you, as the governing body of the Head Start, Early Head Start program, receive this training. And as it is your responsibility to ensure that all of our structures are in place and that you provide effective management and oversight to enable the delivery of high quality services to our students. The beginning of this is really our eligibility, recruitment, selection, enrollment, and attendance. We call it ERSE. And really, each of us must be trained just on that our governing body, our policy council, which is made up of our parents, and our management team, as well as our staff, who determine the eligibility of all of our applicable federal regulations and program policies and procedures. And so we need to make sure that we are collecting complete and accurate eligibility information from families and any third-party sources, that we incorporate the strategies for treating families with dignity and respect, and for dealing with possible issues that come forward during an enrollment and recruitment, and to explain the program policies and procedures and actions that will be taken against staff, families, or participants who attempt to provide intentionally false information. And as a district, we have a number of protocols in place, including our board policies, our code of ethics, our code of conduct, that we have annual trainings, rules and conditions of employment, and our organizational structures, as well as professional learning and ensuring that we conduct these interviews in a private office in a space or for the phone where a parent can be assured of confidentiality. And we make sure that we have that transition process in place and that all files are maintained in a locked filing cabinet. The purpose of our Head Start really is to promote school readiness for our lower income children by enhancing their cognitive, social, and emotional development. We want to make sure that that's in a learning environment that supports their growth, and that we are providing wraparound services that support not just the child's progress, but the family's progress. And so we could have family goals with the needs assessment, but we also know that a child who's hungry or who has a toothache isn't going to be able to focus on their learning in the way that we would like to. And so that's part of Head Start's protocols, is to ensure that we have wraparound services. And as part of the Instructional Services Department, we have the opportunity to serve as the bedrock foundation on which our students can build and begin their educational journey. I'm going to take a minute, and you may have to click on it. Can you click on that first video? And we're only going to listen to the first couple of minutes, but I think it's powerful to see. We'll play it for, I think it's 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So can we hear?
Which was great because I couldn't afford any books. Giving us books and sitting there behind our little desk and reading. I can remember that. It was just such a pivotal point in my life.
Today, we're able to announce that we will have open and, I believe, operating this summer, coast to coast, some 2,000 child development centers. This means that nearly half the preschool children of poverty will get a head start on their future.
Is that the same as this? Yay! From the absolute beginning, Head Start was never intended as just a preschool. The emphasis was on comprehensive services, nutrition, health screening, health care, social services, new careers for the parents with training and income, helping people get out of the cycle of poverty. And that includes energizing, giving people confidence that they can do this, and it's one step at a time. I was the only one to attend Head Start, and my sister, who was 2 years older than I am, the huge difference it made. We have two people who grew up in the same house in the same circumstances, and I was a person who excelled at school. I am the person who went on to college. I'm the person that started my own business. I truly believe that I had a better opportunity for success than she did because I got to go to Head Start.
I have linked on the slide this full video, which we won't watch all of, and then also the second one. And both of them give you an idea of some of the models that we utilize within our classrooms, that we have early Head Start home-based and pregnancy services. I think I moved forward. That we have the new expansion program, which will allow us to serve an additional 112 early Head Start students. We have the early Head Start center-based model that is part of our continuation grant that currently serves 64 students under the age of 3, and then our Head Start 3s program that serves 102 students, and our Head Start pre-K that is blended with our general pre-K that serves another 4. Within that, our standards are the GELDS and HOFs, and that is the Georgia Early Learning Developmental Standards. You'll notice there's a link there if you would like to have a deeper look at those. We have the advantage in Georgia of having not only the Head Start standards, but also having our Georgia early learning standards. And we use a myriad of curriculum resources to ensure that we're able to meet students where they are. I think I'm getting excited. I seem to be moving it forward quickly. As a component of our program, we must first determine, verify, and document a child's eligibility because it is an income-based program that it is designed to serve children of poverty so that they can, in fact, gain that head start into their education. And we want to make sure that our program staff understand how to conduct those interviews and how to verify the information and make sure that we create an eligibility determination that is based on documentation. And so there are age requirements, eligibility requirements for the family, and additional allowances within that program. We have to verify, ensure eligibility determination, so each application is good for a year, and we need to keep those records on file and in a locked cabinet. We have redundant procedures in place so that we're checking and rechecking, but we also make sure within our packet that we have eligibility verification and documentation, family size, description of the family income, residency questionnaires, third-party consents, income forms, etc., to ensure that we are collecting the needed documentation to ensure that we're serving those children most at risk and most in need of our services. That process is to ensure that we are including those most at risk, not excluding. Within our selection criteria, which you can reach if you click on the hyperlink, it has not changed. That is one of the components that you'll vote for is moving forward. It is established and based on our community assessment, which is based on what our community has identified as the greatest needs. So family income is a component of that. That is a Head Start federal program. But there are also additional waivers for homelessness or foster care, or the younger a child is, then the more continuity of service that we can continue to provide. And whether or not that child may need additional educational, special education or related services, and then other risk factors. And so we are required to keep a waiting list, which I know as we're trying to serve more and more children seems antithetical. Why would I want a child on a waiting list if I could serve them? And then the reality is that we want to serve as many as we can. However, we're required to keep a waiting list of students that we're not, because our seats are full, we're unable to serve, so that should a family move out of the community, we can quickly refill that seat and ensure that all children that we have utilized our grant seats to the best of our ability. Due to the pandemic, some of our waiting lists have been shorter than would have been anticipated. However, not for our early Head Start and Head Start. They continue to have a waiting list and applications coming in. You have voted on each of our applications and seen each of our NOAs, but as you continue to look through, these are our early Head Start and Head Start budgets. Just this next week, you'll be voting on some of our expenditures, but we like to make sure that within our policy council minutes, we are updating you with our expenditures and our current rates, but also just that this is the core budget that the Head Start, early Head Start brings in. The first line is our continuation grant. The second is our supplemental CARES Act funds. And the third line is column is our early Head Start expansion. If you want to look at the grant notices, they are linked beneath. We remember that each of these are a 5-year grant period. When we're developing our budgets and when we're working with you, we're always looking at our 5-year program goals. Each of these links to the goals of Head Start. We want to make sure we're closing the achievement gap for students, that we are providing goal-oriented relationships with families and children, that we're helping with families establishing preventative health care relationships with local doctors and dentists, that we're providing nutrition both within our building and training on nutrition with families, that we're ensuring we're engaged in safety practice and we're engaging families in safety practice, and that we're continuing to work with IRSA, and that we're recruiting, and we want to make sure that we're helping our children not only with their physical and health, but their oral health. Our goal is to eliminate the inequities and help students and families build on a foundation. I apparently clicked too fast. Okay. If you'll look at our Head Start, early Head Start metrics, as we look from our baseline, which was at the tail end of our last 5-year grant, into the FY21, which was knee-deep in the pandemic, because this is a program in review that we finish out in the summer. But we still feel like we've been doing well. We're also continuing to grow. Some areas that we're still working toward, ensuring they've got a dental home. One thing you'll notice in 3.7, we had a drop in those students that had their periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment. Well, during the pandemic, it was difficult for families to get to the doctor, to stay on schedule, and particularly with our earlies, if you get off schedule early, then you stay off schedule, and so it just takes time for them to catch back up. However, we did just get 100% of our students are up to date on their immunizations, so we're catching up. One thing to note, if you're looking at 3.9, it is the number of children that have had a dental exam by their age 3 in early Head Start. Our oldest early Head Start children are just turning 3, so that percentage is not based on the number of children who are 3, but the percent of the total population. And the 1-year-olds haven't, in zeros. So that percentage is really more dictated by the number of 3-year-olds we have in the program. 310 is lower. Again, part of that is due to the pandemic. Folks have not been going to their dentist. And so we're working to help get that caught back up. But you will notice a little uptick in our WIC and SNAP, and I suspect that is also pandemic related, in that folks were more in need of those services, and so we're seeking more additional supports. And we've created an MOU with our WIC office to help support our families in uptaking those services. You'll notice that our safety drills, we continue to stay at 100%, and on the previous page that we are 100% fully certified in our staff. So they've met the criteria required for Head Start and early Head Start. Can you click on the chart, because I'd like us to take a look at that school readiness data? Right. This is our growth charts for the 2021 in our school readiness areas. You'll notice the blue is our fall data, and that the red line gives us an idea of where the children exited our program at the end of that year. Now, some of those children have finished a school year but not exited our program, but that's a full year of growth in our educational areas, following limits of expectations, responding to cues. Understanding that these are age appropriate. And so, as I'm understanding or using a writing and drawing tool is going to look very different from 0 to 1 year than it will from 3 to 4 years. But looking at the growth that our children working with their teachers have made. And we can pop And if you have questions on any of those, don't hesitate to catch me after and we can talk through it. I'm not sure why I keep looking to you to turn the channel. Noting that our advantages really are to ensure that we have the provision of our high quality early childhood education services and that we continue to help students grow and learn, that we support the CCSD mission and vision and our strategic priorities as well as our theory of action, and that we provide services in an area in which our community has an established demonstrated need. As with always, there are challenges. One is continuing to grow our funded enrollment, and being able to have the expansion grant is going to help us serve additional children. And of course, the limited space, and we appreciate your votes and continuing to support the renovation of the Gaines property so that we can begin services in person with those students. We've already begun virtual services, but we're really looking forward to being able to serve our expansion students in person. As we're looking at our governance structure for Head Start, Early Head Start, the Board of Education is considered our governing board. You work with and direct. Our executive director for Head Start, Early Head Start is the superintendent of the school district. I am her designee as the director of Office of Early Learning, and I work with our Head Start, Early Head Start coordinated staff. I work under the direction of Brandon Gaskins, who is our chief academic officer. And we work with our Head Start Policy Council, which is our parents, with yourselves, and with Parent Committee. And some of those committees that our parents participate in are Parent Leadership, School Readiness, Recruitment, and our Health and Services. Those are just examples of the input that we have from the many parents that are amongst our programs. As our governing body, your focus areas or responsibilities are under fiduciary oversight, human resources oversight, oversight of our department, and our community engagement. And so we want to ensure that we're managing and maintaining our financial management and accounting. You approve and deny our grant submissions and any amendments that we make. And you receive our monthly reports to keep up to date. If anytime we have large purchases, you approve. Our human resources come through as you approve hirings for within the district. And you hold our executive director and myself accountable for the work that we do. So we really appreciate the work and support that you do. Within the governing, within our role of governance, it is your legal responsibility to ensure that the grant activities respond to the regulation terms and conditions of the grant, and that we are fiscally responsible for ensuring that those funds are used prudently and according to regulation. And as a school district, with our policies and protocols and procedures, we ensure that there are checks and balances on the work that we do. Typically, as an elected board, you are not required to fill particular roles because we are a school district. We have those roles built in, such as our district lawyer, our CFO, our chief academic officer. And so that helps with the leadership structure, but it also maintains our management. You are welcome to click into any of these individual links. And what I passed around to you is that management and responsibilities Venn diagram. It is, I think, one of the easiest ways for us to really look at, kind of shows not only what the governing board's responsibility is, but what the district staff's responsibilities are and what the staff within our building are required to or are responsible for. Also, within this resources, that Early Childhood Knowledge and Learning Center, they have some governing board video clips if you are interested in looking more deeply. One thing we take pride in is that throughout our monitorings, we have had clean audits to date. As Dr. Anderson pointed out, we are currently in the process of having our Focus Area 2 monitoring review. And several of you have had the opportunity to be a part of those interview process, to be able to share the many things that we had going on in our building and your role, not only as a governing board, but as policy council members. And our next step, we will continue to do and implement our year-round monitoring. We will have our annual community assessment. Then March and February, we will have our treat to really look over the work of the community and the needs of the community to begin planning. Then we have our policy council will approve the grant reapplication, and that will be driven by the community assessment updates. In May, you all will review and approve our grant reapplication, and in June it is due. And then we begin that process all over again for the following year. I know that's a lot of information really quickly. Luckily for some of you, it's a second or third opportunity to hear. Are there any questions, concerns?
No questions, but I did click on a lot of those links. I think I spent 2 nights with this report, so I appreciate it.
Well, and I appreciate that you had prefaced and gone through that. They're there just in case there were additional information, or if you wanted to go to the source to where the Head Start law tells us the things that we need to do. So I appreciate you.
I think it's quite thorough, and again, it's a great model for knowing exactly what's happening in those centers, and who's doing what, and the results are just amazing when I look at the charts that you produce every year to show the difference from the beginning of the school year to when our kids are ready to enter the next level. And that's the kind of thing that we want to see on all of our children. So if we can continue this throughout their elementary, middle, and high school years, that would be phenomenal.
Yes, ma'am. And I would love to take credit for all of that, but it is our staff. We have amazing staff working and teaching and with our students.
Thank you. This has been a bright light since I've been on this board. So
thank you. Well, we appreciate it, and we appreciate the board's support because that's what allows us to continue.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you very much. If you have further questions at any point, please don't hesitate. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see your hand.
That's fine. I just want to ditto what Ms. Davis said. I am wondering about, when we say the purpose of Head Start and working with the families and making sure, knowing that these children are by definition unable to get vaccinated, but the parents can be, have our teachers been able to be a resource in terms of connecting parents to information on vaccinations and boosters and testing and things like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have. We've worked with our school nurse who works with Nurse Ruark, and we've been trying to ensure that we're passing out the information that is available, opportunities. I'll also introduce our Head Start program coordinator, Miss Angie Mundi Avila, joined me today.
Oh, hey, Angie.
Thank you again for your support. We appreciate your.
Thank you very much for that overview and for the work that you all are doing. We'll move forward to the discussion of the Joint Board Commission retreat. Mr. Davis and Dr. Harris, is this you all? Yeah.
I'm going to let Dr. Harris talk. I always enjoy listening to him, and the interpreters love the challenge of translating.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So this is actually the most updated copy of the agenda that was sent to Mr. Davis from Mayor Gertz. We have in the past 2 days, myself and Ms. Boness worked to craft a little bit more detail in there so you all can see what the facilitation process is going to look like. But it's very similar to this. The times are just a little different. So I will share that with Lisa so she can get you all the most updated copy. But essentially, this is our biannual joint Clark County School Board meeting with the Athens Mayor and Commission. This one is focused around youth development. So we'll start with dinner. The location is TBD. We will be at the new facility, just still determining which room that will be. Downstairs, we're going to try to make it as accessible as possible. So we'll have dinner from 5:30 to 6. We'll do some brief introductions. We will then have an update from our Mayor Gertz and Blaine on their ARPA funds and how they have spent those, but also the Mayor and Commission's focus on youth development, homelessness, small business support, including minority businesses. And I'm not going to remember the last two, but they will give you that update on their 5 focus areas for their ARPA funds and how they're planning to use those. Then we will have our staff, Ms. Jamie Washington, and some of our staff give updates on our American Rescue Plan funds and how we have been using those. We have, of course, produced the dashboard that I believe the board has access to, and we will give an update on the grant process that was publicized at the end of 2021. Okay. We will then shift to having a presentation. Mayor Gertz does have a proposal for a youth support collaborative that he has met with myself and Dr. Thomas around, which is discussing how we as a school system in the county can collaborate in different ways to support the youth in our community. But rather than us coming up with the answer, that's kind of where we want the board of education members and the commission to come together to really talk through the focus area in regards to youth violence, youth development, and the third area, Ms. Boness, do you remember the third point was? Oh, thank you. It's right there. Literacy, equity, and youth violence prevention as it relates to youth in Athens, Clark County. So Ms. Boness will guide you all through a discussion. You all will have breakouts, so you will break out by topic. So for now, between now and January 31st, please think of between those 3 areas, which one you're interested in. And we're going to really ask you to focus on what are the programs, resources needed to really move the needle in those areas and what you would like to see as a potential outcome in those areas as we look to collaborate with the county on this work. The goal of this, because we've heard from you all, we've heard from the commission with these meetings, is that you all want action. You don't want to go to these meetings and talk for 2 hours about what the problem is. We've heard loud and clear that everyone knows what the problem is or we're aware what the problems are. And so our goal would be that we leave this meeting with action. And so you do notice that we did a significant amount of time at the end to really talk action for next steps. And so, again, we wanted to respect and honor that request from the board and from the commission. And so it will be a great night. I look forward to seeing what we come out of it with. And it is on the 31st, location TBD. Does that cover, Mr. Davis?
I think you've done an excellent job, and you also slowed down, right? Right? So that's very good.
A question from Ms. Gallagher?
Will this be recorded?
I do
And
not
I
know.
ask because sometimes we get in meetings and people say things that they're going to do, and then there's no accountability because nothing is recorded.
Oh, it is streamed, actually, yes, because it is an open and public meeting. So we will stream it in the ACC Commission, so it'll appear on our YouTube page. So yes, I just need a moment to think about that. Yes.
I do have one follow-up, Dr. Harris, and that is, that sounds so sweet. I think we're going to need, I was thinking in terms of needing some, for these breakout groups, information, as to maybe locations of recreation centers or, I remember one person on your staff talked about, libraries in the schools. And if that's, I didn't know that was for that session that we had at Hillsman on the crisis in Black education. And I thought that was a very intriguing idea about, the fact that every school does have a library, and now how it's accessed during the summer, I got no idea. That's why y'all get the big bucks. But anyway, just kind of like trying to figure out, the information that we're going to need when we do these breakout groups, so that we can get as deeply as we can in a short amount of time about what is available in our respective areas of the community.
So working on getting you all some preliminary data. Yep. All right, that's that.
All right, thank you for that overview. We will move forward to the last item under presentations and discussions. And this item is just really to start the discussion on the superintendent search. I know there's some general information I think that has been shared with us. At some point, we would need to decide if we're going to use a search firm or not, but really the point in placing it here is to be sure that we do have space for it on our agendas moving forward. And so with it being here, are there any just sort of preliminary thoughts around the search or any of the information that's been shared with us so far?
Now, I'm not sure, is there something that came out recently in terms of information shared? Okay, all right.
No, ma'am.
So then
It's more so that the previous information that eventually, of course, all of it is, public discussion as far as how we will move forward. We did send out I think there was a press release that went out at some point that said actually we would have it on our December agenda. And then we didn't, and that was an oversight on my behalf. I just forgot. It was a lot of things on that agenda, but I also forgot to place it on there. And then, so with us, being in January, I just wanted to be sure that we have space on there. But no, ma'am, it's no additional information. But at some point, we will have to make the decision, as far as how we move forward as it relates to a search firm services and, just discussing the implications for the timeline, what that means, if we're, going to put out an RFP or not, things like that. Mr. Davis.
Yeah, as I know you're all going to be surprised, but I have an opinion on this. But since I'm rolling off the board, I don't see myself a part of this. But I have been very impressed, just having gone through, working with a headhunting firm before. I've just been very impressed with the professionalism of the Georgia School Board Association, and they do this type of thing as well. And that was something that the first search that I participated in, I really wasn't cognizant of the role of the Georgia School Board Association like I should have been. So I just strongly consider, my opinion is just encourage board members to look at Georgia School Board Association as an alternative to hiring a company from out of state. That's just my opinion.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Davis or Gallagher, and then Ms. Gallagher and then Ms. Davis.
Okay. So I just have a question. How long does the process, how fast should we be moving if we already have an exit date for our current superintendent?
Can you say that again, Karina? I didn't hear all of it.
How fast should we be moving now, knowing that we have an exit date for our superintendent? Are we behind schedule, like typically?
This is my first search. I'm going to defer to Mr. Pruitt as well as Ms. Davis and Mr. Davis, but it sort of seems a little bit that we do need to sort of, make some decisions at some point and speed up. And what we decide to do may have implications on that timeline as well. Mr. Pruitt?
Yes, ma'am. I look back at the dates, and I sent you all back in early November an email with this information, but the last time you went through this process, the vote to put out an RFP for search firms was in early September. Well, I guess at the regular September board meeting. And then that was to get the superintendent at that time, Dr. Means, in place to begin July 1st. So it took most of a year to get that done. So you're not behind schedule, but I wouldn't say you have a lot of time to waste either.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
I don't have anything to add to that other than I want us to use the RFP process as we make a decision about a search firm. I don't think that showing favoritism at this point is one of the things that we should be looking at. The two times that I was a part of a superintendent search, and that was for Dr. Lanu as well as for Dr. Means. And I'm not endorsing anybody, but the search began with the community's input in terms of where you're going with education in your community. And so if we don't start with our families and our children to understand what direction we want to go in, then finding a superintendent is going to be very difficult. And then once we get them here, if the community isn't in agreement with that, then we're going to be in a whole nother place, which is what we've gone through in the last superintendent. So I'm hoping that we will choose a firm that will understand that this has to be driven by the needs of the community as well as the desires of the community.
Thank you. Others?
So I agree with Greg in that I feel like that GSBA could be a really good option, not only because this is something that they do in Georgia, but because we've had so much interaction with them, and I feel like they know our district and know our strengths and what we might be looking for. I also agree that we need to, with Ms. Davis, that we need to do the process the way that the process should be done. And I guess I just don't exactly know what that is. So if one step is to solicit input from the community, do we do that before we hire a search firm, or does the search firm do that? How can we get this information, and how can we do all of this in a way that is in a very timely manner?
So my experience with Dr. Spangler, who did the search for Dr. Lanu, was first a conversation with the board in terms of what we were looking for in a superintendent. And then that went into the RFP, because we've got to define the criteria for the RFP to go out to determine if it's GSBA or a TIA or whomever. But we have to come up with a criteria for a company to bid on being our search firm. And so that took a while. That was several meetings for the board to come to some agreement in terms of what should go in that document when we're looking for that search firm. So we probably don't want to wait too much longer to have those conversations. And then we put in the RFP who was going to do what. And so that was how we chose the companies, based on the thoroughness and of their response to how we wanted to choose a superintendent and what was important. And so in each situation, Atia and Young definitely did the search with the community as well, and the interviews with the communities. And so that's what we should be making our decision on, not based on relationships. It really needs to be based on who can do the job that we're asking to be done, and we have to define what that work is.
Back to your original point, Ms. Davis, was the community involved before that description was put out?
Yes.
Okay.
and the community had a lot of input. The search firm spent a lot of time in the community collecting information, and I cannot imagine that we don't still have that someplace. I just can't imagine that it doesn't exist someplace. I have all my emails, so I can probably look back and see if somebody emailed it to me. It'll take a while.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, this question is from Mr. Pruitt. Is an RFP required in this case?
No, sir, it is not. You actually, you don't even have to have a search firm. You probably want one, but not everybody does that. But if you do, then you're not required to do an RFP. If the board knows which one it wants to hire, it can just do that directly.
There go our problems.
Any additional questions or just comments as we start this, discussion? It does sound like, at some point soon, we're probably looking at some call meetings, to make some decisions around these things and maybe even incorporating some of these actions that need to be taken on some of our agendas in the near future. But Ms. Davis?
One last experience. Even though Mr. Worthy was president of the board during the search for Dr. Lanou, Dr. Spangler actually was the person that was appointed. He appointed her as an ad hoc committee to lead the search firm effort to find our new superintendent. And so that's also a precedence that we could look at, especially since we're still in the process of determining who our president is going to be. This is a great opportunity for us to appoint someone to be the coordinator for that search firm, or the decision to go for a search firm versus what people are saying, let's just pick somebody.
I don't have a problem with doing an RFP at all. I just would like to, I think we need to make decisions very soon. And so I think if we want to do an RFP and get a bunch of potential search firms for us to decide between, I feel like we have to start, I feel like we have to do it now.
I certainly agree with that.
All right, and go ahead, Dr. Anderson.
Would one advantage to doing an RFP and hiring a search firm be that they could look nationally rather than just within the state? I'm not saying that would be a better candidate, but would that possibly be one?
That was our
advantage?
rationale for the last two searches, is to make it a national search and someone to meet the criteria that we had set forward. So again, I would imagine that, I don't imagine I'm going to stop. That's what I know.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, in answer to your question, Dr. Anderson, the Georgia School Board Association, my understanding is that their search is national too. I mean, this is posted nationally. It's just a matter of if you want folks to come in like we did last time that I participated in, where you've got folks coming in from other states who are conducting these meetings with our citizenry, with our teachers, with our students, with our school board members, with our central office staff. Do you want those people who are coming in and posing and framing the questions and putting these groups together and conducting these group surveys? Do you want them to be out of state, or would you rather them kind of focused on being folks who are from Georgia and have been involved in education in Georgia for many years? And so I think the process is going to be fairly similar in terms of how they go about doing their work, but I think that the background of the people who are organizing that process will certainly have a bit different background.
So I think what I'm hearing, at least from a few people, is that it may be worth looking at adding the discussion about the RFP or taking action, because that would be something we would take action on, right, Mr. Pruitt?
That's right. Yes. If you want to do an RFP, then the board would vote to ask the superintendent and the purchasing officer to put that out for you, and then bring the proposals back for your evaluation.
Okay, okay. And so that, if that is something, I know we've heard from a couple of people as far as an RFP, is the board sensing that that's something we need to go ahead and put on actually, I guess we could move it from discussion to an action item for next week to take action on the RFP. So we'll at least know if we're going to do that or not.
Yes.
Seeing some head nods. Okay. All right. So we'll at least have that on the agenda, and there'll be space in the future, like I said, just sort of carving that out, so that we can continue to have discussions and taking some action towards being able to select a superintendent. Ms. Gallagher?
So can I just request that we put like a timeline on the amount of discussions that we're gonna have about a decision that we're gonna make about a decision that needs to be made? Because I don't like a lot of meetings with redundancy.
So one of the things that I think might be available to us with Robert's Rules of Order is that we can put some time limits on how long we discuss things. Is that what you're asking? Okay.
No, I'm talking about a time frame. So like if we say we're gonna go with a search firm, and then we have a meeting and we say, well, we need to table this so we can talk about it another time. Like, can we avoid doing that?
Well, and to follow up with that, I mean, this is the work session where we would have that discussion and then decide if we're going to take action at the board meeting. So can we just finish that discussion at this meeting and then perhaps decide to take action next week?
Sure.
Could we do that?
Yes.
And
Okay.
when you say finish the discussion, you mean going ahead and doing that timeline, or what? Can you
Right, the
clarify a little
timeline
bit?
and just determining if the group's will is to do the RFP, or if the group's will is to do something different, go with GSBA or otherwise, and then make that action for next week, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So yeah, that's what I was suggesting when adding it to the agenda next week, to take action saying, yes, we do the RFP, or no, we don't.
Gotcha. That's where I lost you. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
But if it's something I'm missing in there that you all feel that something else needs to be added or other actions need to be taken next week, this is the time to say that, since it would be related to the search.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So next week, we're voting on whether or not we go with RFP or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
RFP will be on the agenda to take action on, yes.
And if the decision is not the RFP, for whatever reason, can we already have that list of other alternatives that we are to consider so that we don't have to come back for another meeting to try and figure out what do we do now that we're not going to do an RFP? Yeah. So we would I would like for us to enumerate those things, because I don't want us to do a zero-sum game on this vote.
So in the event that the RFP is voted down, what our options are. I would imagine that would also be guided as far as what the legal parameters are, Ms. Davis, or can you elaborate on what you mean by other options?
I'm hearing people just appoint somebody. I've heard from talk in the community, we want to grow our own, we'll just appoint somebody. And so there are a lot of ways to do this. And so if we could have an enumeration of the ways that we can choose a superintendent, that would be very helpful, and something very concrete that we can spend some time thinking about coming forward.
What was that, Dr. Anderson?
Sorry, that would help with transparency as well.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So what I hear you saying, we'll have RFP on the agenda for next week to take action on, vote that up or down. But we are requesting that we need a list of all of our other options if we take action and we don't use the RFP process.
Why is it RFP or other actions? Can it just be vote on the process to use to choose the superintendent? And that doesn't bias an RFP or any other action? Can it just be choose the process that we're going to use?
I'm not sure.
And can
I'm a
we
little
develop
bit,
that list of possibilities? Is that difficult? I don't know. My lived experience has been through RFP, so I don't know any other way.
I'm not fully clear on what you're suggesting. I'm sorry, if you can.
So we typically make purchase decisions based on the amount of money that we're going to spend, right? And there are certain things that trigger us having to do an RFP process. If this is not one of those conditions under which that falls, or if it doesn't reach the threshold, and the superintendent doesn't have necessarily anything to do with approving this is going to be the board's action, then how do we go forward with choosing someone else to do this work if it's not going to be an RFP process? Is there an appointment process? Can you do a preference process? What is the thing that we do if we don't do an RFP? That's what I want to know because I don't have that experience.
Okay. And so let me just be sure I understand this. When a district uses the RFP process, that is assuming that they conduct the search. So you automatically ruling out the possibility that you're gonna be just appointing someone, or am I?
That's
No.
that's
Yeah,
right. That's
okay.
right. Yeah. And again, you still have to work backwards. So if you already knew the candidate you wanted, then you would simply appoint or negotiate the contract with that person and they become your superintendent. If you don't know that, you hire a search firm. If you already know which search firm you want, you just make a contract with them. And that's assuming that it comes in below that $80,000 threshold that's in our purchasing policy, which it did. You remember it was about $35,000 last time. But if you don't know and already have consensus on which search firm you want, then you do the RFP.
Thank you.
Before you sit down, like
I'm trying.
you were going super slow, so I stopped you. So it seems like we're at a point where we need to make a decision, and one decision we can make is to, I don't want to say delay the decision, but it kind of delays the decision by putting out an RFP, because then we wait for people to sort of apply to do this for us, and then we make a decision from there. If we decide not to do that, and I totally get Ms. Davis's question, like, what are our options? Do we look around at search firms and see which ones we think might work and approach them? Like, what is your experience with the way that this has worked in the past and how search firms have been selected?
Well, like Ms. Davis, my only experience is with search firms is here when there's always been an RFP. But it's no different for a search firm than any other professional service you might hire. You often do those here, but you have the freedom to go out and just hire the architect, engineer, lawyer, accountant, whatever the professional service is, without having to go through an RFP process. So yeah, I think the point you're making about time is if you do the RFP, it just adds another probably a couple months realistically to the time of getting through the whole process. The last time the board did this, and Ms. Davis can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the proposals came in pretty quickly. It wasn't a super long deadline. And the top 2 or 3 candidates, I forget which, were invited to come to a work session and make presentations. And then the board I think they chose which one they wanted at the next regular meeting the week after that work session, if I remember right. Is that right?
That's about right. And so that's why I'm saying this is enumerated somewhere because Mr. Worthy used the same one that Dr.
Spangler.
Yes, used. And there's a timeline. And so it's prescribed anyway. And so that's why I think that, yeah, it doesn't delay things. What it does is it brings a lot of transparency to the process, and you actually do listen to the community, or we get to listen to the community in terms of where their thinking is for leadership for the district, because that's the person that is going to have to work with the community And that's pretty much what the superintendent does. They seem to be working with the community and trying to run the district, so I
But
think it's
even,
important.
sorry, but even without the RFP, if we use a search firm, which it seems like we're going to, they will talk to the community. They'll go through that entire process of talking to the community anyway, whether we do an RFP or not. I guess I'm just, and I don't have a decision either way. I just am trying to think about the benefits of doing an RFP. Because when the proposals come back, we're still going to have to decide what it is that's important to us in making our selection. So without knowing what's going to influence our decision, ultimately, it seems like we're just kind of putting it off.
To
So
get some
that's my-
ideas, I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, I was gonna say, our purchasing officer has been through this once
Right.
already, and so she would have the RFP that was put out before with the timeline, and that might be something that the board would want to have sent to them to
That
look
would
at.
be
between-
ideal.
Yeah.
Right, because that RFP also has the desires of the board in terms of what we're looking for in a search firm, right? And so that's going to be based on our values and what we want to see. And I remember the last one, equity was a big deal, and that was our big word that everybody had to respond to. So again, I don't know what our big word would be for this superintendent, but the RFP, the search firm has to meet our criteria, and then the RFP, then the actual superintendent would meet the criteria that we come up with the search firm.
Right.
It's a process, so yeah.
Right.
So I guess the only benefit to the RFP then is it's sort of like an interview.
Well,
Like we're engaging different people and then picking the one that we want versus going out and picking one without having ever really kind of looked at the landscape to see what's out there.
Well, and we're trying to make sure that we are being equitable and fair in choosing these firms. We're getting ready to pay $300,000 for a study on our hiring and our contracts. And so for us to then ignore that and say, okay, well, we're just going to pick somebody, it seems like we're sending a mixed message there. So I don't know the name of it. What is the study? It's not the equity study, it's the disparity study, yeah. And so that's what the RFP process does. It brings neutrality to that discussion, in my opinion.
Okay, and so what I hear is that we want to put the RFP on there for next week. What I also heard, however, as Mr. Pruitt was speaking, I just sort of did like a little flow chart, and I also started an email so we could get the prior RFPs and timeline. But what I also heard was that if we know the superintendent candidate, if that's a yes, then you have the option to appoint. If it's a no, then you determine if you want to use a search firm.
Right.
And if you know which search firm you want to use, if that's a yes, you select the search firm and you don't have to do the RFP. If you don't know, then you determine the RFP. You put the RFP out. And so with us adding the RFP onto the agenda next week, I'm assuming it takes us down to all of these questions, like that we don't know the candidate, we're not going to appoint, and we don't know the search firm. And so as a result of that, we're going to put the agenda item for the RFP. So I just said that
understand your
because
thinking, yes.
okay, I was just saying that because I knew you had asked like what are all of the options, but it seems like those options are only options based on what our answers are to those questions about whether we know the candidate, whether we know the search firm.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I like that picture.
Something's going on here with my assembly. Any additional questions around that discussion? All right, we'll move forward with the financial report. This is item number 9.
Good evening, Dr. Gant, members of the board. Just to kind of wrap up and round out that last discussion, Lisa said she'll hold off on the Friday update until I work with our purchasing officer and maybe put something together in the Friday update for y'all. She's probably watching now and gathering the documents as we speak. But hopefully coming up with a timeline. And I think if I understand correctly with the other purchase services, we don't have to have a 30-day RFP out there. You can define a shorter window, perhaps 2 weeks. And I think Mike said we could, in the past, they've gotten back those results pretty quickly. So overall, we'll get something to y'all tomorrow in the Friday update.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our financials. These are the financials through November 30th, so that's period 5 of 12. If you just click on the FY22 financial reports. Our revenues, it's a little bit different story from where we were at the end of October. If you recall, in October, we missed about a $22 million property tax deposit by 1 day. So it came in November, so it just kind of changed the way and the timing and the appearance of our financials from month to month, and when we're comparing it to the previous year. So last month we were behind in terms of revenues. This year we overlapped where we were last year. So now we're sitting at 62.8% of our budgeted revenues compared to 62.1% last year. And this is due primarily just to the TABT collections and our property tax collections through period 5. Our expenditures, we have spent 34.6% of our budget compared to 31%. And even though we are ahead of where we were last year, just remember we were all virtual last year. We were all in person this year. We anticipate to spend more. When we're looking at our monthly budget for this current year, we are actually behind where we anticipated our spending levels to be by about $2 million. So overall, our revenues are trending positive. Our expenditures are behind where we anticipated to be. So the way that translates to our cash and fund balance, they're also going to be in the green. So everything that you see here is green. It's positive. Our fund balance, we're sitting at 54.9. What is it? I'm somewhere 54.9%. Looks like I made a mistake there. Compared to 51.6%. And our cash is up about $10 million compared to where we were at this point last year. When you add all that up together, we've had 5 months of actual activity. We still have 7 months projected. Overall, though, starting the year, we had projected our fund balance to decline by $6.5 million. We have made up, in my opinion, about $3.5 million of that. So we're looking at decreasing our fund balance by about $3 million as long as these trends stay the same. So I'll pause there if there's any questions.
Okay. Not a question, but I want to have this conversation at some point. I did go to the finance workshop, pre-workshop for GSBA, and the question that he left us with is, when we're looking at our fund balance, what are we planning to do with that money? What is it for? And so that should be the thing that would determine how much of a fund balance we have, because I understand that we are no longer obligated to this 15% threshold. And so we could have more in there. And so I don't know if we've had any conversations about that. I know that at one point, or since I've been on the board, the only conversation about the fund balance being at 15% was so that we could make payroll in case QBE funding or money from the state didn't come in as expected. So I don't know if we need to have a conversation about what do we want that fund balance to be already reserved for, or what?
So the 15%, it's not it's really represents about 2 months of operating expenditure. So that's kind of the thought process of how much safety net you should keep in case there is a downturn in the economy, in case there's more austerity from the state. It would fluctuate from board to board what their comfort level is. At one point, the Department of Audits did come in and test that threshold, and they wanted to see it actually below 15%. Right. We've came in and said, no, we want to keep a threshold of at least 15%, which, like I said, it represents roughly 2% or 2 months of operating expenditures. Mm-hmm. Right now, we're not going to dip below that 15% threshold. So really, I guess what I would be looking at is, if we've identified 15% and we're maintaining at least 18%, how can we utilize that other 3% to meet, needs throughout the district?
Right.
And also that, what percentage you want to maintain, that's always a discussion. We took out from policy any percentage, any reference to any percentage, because it really kind of ties your hands from being able to either think outside the box or present a plan that would deviate and perhaps dip below that 15%. So we haven't identified a percentage. It's more of a practice that we've had. It's not in policy, and it's really just the will of the board.
And the board voted on that, right? So we're good.
Yep.
Maybe. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, if there's no more questions, would you go to the supplemental reports, please? Overall, our attorney's expenses as of November, they're at roughly $37,000 compared to our budget of $223,000. The only board member travel that we've had so far through November was $3 for Ms. Hall. And so I have looked, and I think there's some more expenses to anticipate in December, but that's the only travel that we have to report so far. So if you would scroll on.
Do we have an exact accounting of that?
A biscuit.
Here are the significant invoices that exceed 10,000, and I'm not going to cut it off at 50,000 or 80,000. It's easy for me just to run a wide open report of any invoices over $10,000, so I'll just continue to do that from here on out. If you have any questions about these, just please let me know, and I'll provide any information that you'd like. And the CARES and ARPA dashboard, I have worked with Mr. James Barlament. We have published that. I shared it last week in the Friday update. Hopefully you guys had a chance to take a look at it. Dr. Harris has also worked with his team to post it to our website. So feel free to take a look at that. Let me know if you have any questions about it. I'll be happy to answer those. And one last thing, tomorrow, in addition to what I talked about putting out for the Friday update, we have a budget survey. It's just a Google form. It's anonymous. And I've worked with Ms. Boness on this. We're asking you to identify your top 5 priorities. I think we've got at least 10 to 12 options. And it's just ranking your top 5 and your bottom 5. And it gives you an opportunity to provide some feedback on areas that you think we really need to focus on, or perhaps some ideas that you may have. So please take an opportunity to fill out that budget survey, and we'll take that and we'll synthesize it. And I was just telling her I'm really excited. We are sharing that budget survey with TAB, hopefully our LSGT teams, hopefully our principals, and also our students. I think we had a request to provide students a way to provide feedback on our budget. And we've shared that with our student advisory committee. And I think we've already gotten 10 responses so far.
That's exciting. That is really good. Thank you. I've never heard of that since I've been in the district. So yeah, good move.
Okay, and that wraps up my financial report.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the SPLOS budgets?
If you click on the FY22 SB 68 all funds for November, if you scroll down to anything that is, I think the SPLOS 5 sits in Fund 365 at the moment. So you can see the overall annual budget. So this isn't a 5-year, SPLOS runs for 5 years. So they have an overall cash flow document that I think is presented and shared with you on a monthly basis that goes into much greater detail. This is just a high level overall budget of our SPLOS 5, the annual anticipated expenditures and the annual anticipated revenues.
The SPLOST report that goes out every month, they do a really good job at outlining exactly what's been done for that month and then what's left over in the SPOS funds. So I think it's a really good resource for looking at like where we are in our SPOS money.
I just wanted to see in comparison with everything else. And so
Yeah,
on that one.
yeah.
But I'll go back through my emails because I got a lot of them.
I know, right?
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you very much. All right, we will move along to number 10, and these are our policies, exhibits to be adopted, rescinded, revised, or reviewed. And so they're all packaged under here. Oops. And I know we're sort of really on the heels of coming away from a policy committee. But is there any additional information or discussion around any of these under number 10?
I've got to confess, I honestly did not get through those. So I'll if I find questions, I'll just email them through to Dr. Harris, I'll send them to you.
Thank you. And we will start a question Excel sheet after this meeting. We'll work on that tomorrow for
That
any
would be
additional
great.
questions related to anything. We haven't gotten to the consent agenda yet. I would imagine there will be questions. So we will add that as well.
So I got those, but I didn't go back into policy, so I apologize.
A lot of them, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
A lot of them were a lot of older policies that really were outdated. So we are rescinding them, or they were duplicate policies, so to speak, that were addressed in other policies, with the exception of policy BBA, which we have already discussed reviewing during this meeting. So you will see the policies about staff and student relations, which is covered in HR or personnel policies, about pregnant students, just things that were very outdated. Some of the policies were from the 1980s. So that kind of gives a high level overview of them.
Thank you. The topics made me skip them, so I'm good.
The only thing, and I'll put this in the question, and I think I may have mentioned this. Right now, they're grouped as a whole, which depending on the motion, but I imagine we'll be taking action on all of them together. It's possible that it is highly possible that this one with student staff relations that is being rescinded, that when we take action next week, I would prefer that one to be outside of that packet, and I know it's not a consent agenda, but we sort of treat it like a consent. And
We don't have to anymore
I
since we
did
don't
ask
have a policy committee. I would rather we have an opportunity to discuss these, well, like we're doing tonight, but yeah.
yeah, I just remember that one came up, and for some reason, I think the last time I was maybe ahead of myself, thinking that we were going to be
I did
talking
ask
about it.
the staff for clarity on the student staff relations as well as the gifts to schools. Those two in particular kind of stood out to me as why they were being rescinded. And if you'd like, I'll share their response so that maybe that'll help. And
Yeah.
Dr. Watley expressed that the JP policy on student staff relations was rescinded because staff student relations is covered in the Georgia Code of Ethics already. And then JLB, gifts to schools, is covered in another policy under the K policies. So both of those are proposed to be rescinded because of redundancy.
And we can add that response to the question and answer and then link it to the policy where it now lives.
That's great.
That would be great. Yeah, I had a feeling it was already somewhere, but this one to me is very, all of them are important, but this is, I think, really important to highlight. So,
Dr. Gant, I just want to clarify that these actually have already gone out for public comment. So we have not received any public comment. So actually next week is voting to take action on the policy. I think I heard someone say that we're putting it out, but they've already been out since the first week of December or second week.
okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any additional information, Ms. Hall, or any additional questions or?
So policy 6, BBA is really not one that goes with that group of well, they all say adopted.
Can you speak a little bit louder,
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Davis?
number 6, the BBA has not gone out for public comment, right? It's just one that we brought forward to talk about.
From
I
what
think
I
it-
understand, it went out for public comment, but we have discussed reviewing it and changing it since then at this meeting.
Okay, so it's not in the same category as the 5 preceding ones.
It is, had we not, or it would be had we not brought it up through our amended agenda tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, we will move forward to number 11. These are our personnel recommendations that we will be taking action on next week. Mr. Gaskins, is there any additional information to add, or board colleagues, any questions?
No, it would be our recommendation that the board would vote on this next week. I will say that we have an important vacancy. If you all remember, Hope McGuire presented to the board and she is missed. She's still working with us in a capacity. We have filled that vacancy, and so we'll have an amendment to the this personnel report that we'll send out as soon as possible so you can review the candidate that we're putting forward.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher and then Mr. Davis. Yes.
I sent it in an email, but I haven't seen the response to the email. But on here, there are 1, 2, 3 under replacing, and then it says new position. And so I was just wondering why these are new positions.
I do know that the compliance clerk for EHS is part of the expansion grant. Or at least I think I know. Yes. Just got a thumbs up. So that's why that one is a new position. There's several new positions that are being proposed for that expansion grant. So we're going to see quite a few of those come down the pipeline in the next few months.
So why are they new positions?
Because it's a new building.
No, not that one.
Oh, sorry.
Can you direct me to where you're
So
looking?
this one says custodian, new position. Classic City High, new position.
It's for the Piedmont building. So we need additional custodians because of the square footage. Is that right? Mr. Fisher, for those custodial positions.
Mr. Fisher said those have also been budgeted for.
I didn't hear you.
They are in the budget. Those new positions are in the budget according to Mr. Fisher.
But they're just listed as new positions?
So
yes.
Can someone share the microphone with Mr. Fisher? I don't know where. Ms.
We have to, because of square footage, we have to hire for those positions. So that's why they're new.
Okay, so it's for the new building. On here it just says custodian.
Right.
It didn't say Piedmont building, nothing else. It just says in general. So when I read it, I was like, okay, so we just create new jobs to do the same.
No, so so moving forward in the future, anytime that we bring on new space or build a new building, then we budget for the staffing of that building.
It'll say new position.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's included in the cost of the building?
That was included, I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher, that was included in our original budget for this year. We had not hired for that because
that
we just
100
moved in.
Yeah, so the budget is huge, right? And I get that. And so I'm sure people have already projected out and they've included that cost. But when we make a commitment to bring somebody else on payroll, right, then we truly are impacting more than this current budget. We're talking about going forward for a full-time employee. So that's an increase to me. And so those are things that I think would be very useful to know when we're growing our staff and creating a long-term commitment.
Okay, that's noted.
And the classic City Hall one?
Can someone pass Dr. Blankenship the microphone? I was trying not to request people get up and walk and just pass the microphone, but.
Sure. I'll go back and take a look at that para position. Sometimes when a position has been vacant for a while, it'll show up as a new position. And so it's a typo and we need to correct that. Other times it may be for a para position, it could be one that has been required because of an IEP. And so I'll check and I'll give you that information to make sure.
So I'm probably gonna ask the same question every time it says new position. So like somewhere on like another attachment, can y'all just add that information? Because I'm gonna do the same thing every time.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
And I think it's a good question because we do want to know when we're growing this long-term
Absolutely.
commitment that we're building.
Which information are you requesting though, specifically to be added? Uh-huh.
They would know what positions are at Classic City, or Mr. Fisher would know with custodian services, but I don't know it. So if I'm gonna ask every time.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to get an idea of what specifically are you asking for, so I can wrap my head around the conversation. Okay, okay, like where they're going to be placed. Okay. Okay, okay, that's what I was trying to get at. I couldn't wrap my head around the conversation. Additional questions about personnel?
Yeah, I just have one. And if you've already sent this out, I'm very sorry, but we have a new administrative position. Or is that a new position? Or are we filling another position that of someone who is vacated? Sorry to make you get up. Yes. So that's vacant and we're filling it. Gotcha.
Additional questions? Okay. All right. Thank you all for, thanks for that information and thanks for those questions and suggestions. We will move forward to the consent agenda. Item 12, and we have several things under the consent agenda. So if there are specific questions as we go through, you can just note if you want us to remove it from consent or if you have, and what questions you have. And then Mr. Gaskins also said that we could send any follow-up questions that we have. So item 1, the
Consent,
board meeting minutes, want to keep that on consent?
please.
Okay.
Can
Field
we say
trip,
consent or you want us to not say anything?
it doesn't matter.
Okay,
It seems to
thank
go
you.
either.
Okay,
With 2,
consent.
consent. All right. Item 3,
Consent with comment, okay.
I do have a follow-up question about this, but I'll send it because I don't think it's enough to pull it off. It's just some clarity I need around the program of study. Item 4.
Consent.
All right.
I have a question.
Okay.
Ms. Higginbotham. So I have a question about the summer transition. It's the same question I asked last time. So parent engagement is a major component. With COVID, how do y'all plan on doing that?
I'm sorry, can you come up?
I don't think I see the mic there. Oh, okay.
Yes, it is a major component, and parent and child together is a component of that. And so, as within our regular school year, where we're trying to ensure that we have virtual opportunities or outdoor opportunities, we'll continue to use mitigating strategies while still engaging parents in either virtually or face-to-face in an outdoor safe setting. But thank you.
Stay there.
Okay. Did I see another hand or some motion?
Nope,
Over
I
here.
was just saying the next
Okay.
one might be Karen too.
That was 5, right, Ms. Gallagher?
Yes,
Was that 4? Okay. So do we want to keep that one on consent? Or okay. What about number 5?
Consent.
I heard, so was that consent or move consent? Okay. 6,
Don't let me be the only one. Consent.
consent, okay. 7,
Consent.
all right. 8,
Consent. Oh, we had questions about the bus.
the bus, okay. We want to pull that.
The 3 buses. Well, maybe she can answer them. You want to? Or you want to talk about that?
Why are 3 buses needed?
They were proposed within each of our grants. And within those, part of it is we have 2 of our buses that have aged out and no longer have functional air conditioning and are more difficult to repair. And one is so that we have additional space with which to better separate in our transportation.
So 2 replacements and 1 new.
And 1 new, which is part of that expansion program. So we'll need additional transportation options. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I know I keep chiming in for them, but it's because I attend their meetings. The parents on the council did recognize that they had some transportation needs that were not being met by their current vehicles. And so this was their attempt to meet that demand from the parents.
Okay, so I just want to say something really quick. So on the documents that come out in objective and then background, that kind of information would have been great because I wouldn't have a million questions that like for everybody. I got a lot of questions because that kind of information is not included.
Thank you for that note. We'll try to make sure we include that in highlights that it has been approved by the policy council prior to coming to you. And know that we don't ever bring anything to you that hasn't been approved by our parent committee and the policy council.
That's not the part I'm talking about, but the 2 buses that need to be replaced and then the 1 for more space, that would have been nice in background.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So we will move forward to item 9.
Consent. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to pull it?
I would, I'm kind of in discussion with the central office on that one. We don't want to do discussion now, I suppose, but, save it for next week.
No, discussion is now.
Okay.
This is the time.
Okay, great. I know I put down on the when we were asked to submit questions in advance, and I did get a response from Mrs. Schumann in terms of my question. When you look at the timeline, February is the time when we are to review the salary and benefit projections, which are the, but it's not translating into this review of the pay scale that we asked for months and months ago. And I know that that Human Resources did a very diligent job doing that. And, it's, for my purposes, it's kind of like Christmas Day where I can open up all the presents, but the one I really want to open, I have to wait until grandma comes. And so what the response I got was that in terms of actually seeing what that pay scale will be for particularly our classified employees, what Mr. Schuneman was writing to me is that mid-April would probably be about the time that we would actually see that, which is very close to when the budget is finalized and we go boom, 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 boom. We've got to vote on it, a proposed budget. We take it out to the public, and then we have to finalize it. So I'm not content with that answer, and so I don't know what to do about that except express it, and this is why I want to at least pull it from the agenda and see if anything more shakes out between now and the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any additional concerns or responses to that?
So I have a question.
Ms. Gallagher?
And this is just because I don't know, because I didn't learn this in any of the mini trainings. So is the only part that we have in this the last part? So like, how engaged are we throughout the board, throughout this entire process?
From my understanding, very limited. But it's towards it is towards that April time period. I will say that I know that we've been asked to give some feedback, particularly and specifically in areas with HR, like our priorities as individual board members. And I know some of us have completed that, and maybe all of us have completed that, but I know that that's at least one way of feedback through that. I think Mr. Davis and I talked about that, but we were able to really talk about what really is priority moving into this budget. For some of us, it may be better retirement options for, classified staff. Others, it may be going ahead and seeing that rate, those lowest paid employees get brought up to a livable wage. And so I know that is one area of feedback that we've had as a board. But as far as getting together collectively as a group, my understanding is that it's around that time, of course, unless we have a call meeting. But there are also things that the finance department will be doing before then as well. So that's my limited opinion, but Mr. Schuneman, Mr. Gaskins may have some other information.
I was just going to add that we hold those budget hearing presentations where board members are invited to attend to hear the feedback from the community, and then that also informs you all's vote when we present the budget for approval in June.
So I just want to make sure.
But it's already made at that point.
Right, that's what I was gonna say.
So I think the question is about input to the budgeting process, and so that's our strategic plan as our instrument. I think as it has been explained to me in my finance meeting, the board, through its strategic plan initiatives, sets the tone for the district, for administration to then build a budget to meet the needs identified in the strategic plan. That's what I remember from my training. But that doesn't change the fact that I think that, yes, what I'm hearing you say, and I think we've talked about it, is that we never have a conversation about, you know, how priorities are changing or what needs to happen.
And
So are
then
you asking for an ad hoc committee to be formed so that the board can look at the budget and give input?
I just think that, like, if we have a fiduciary responsibility and then the plan is handed to us and it's like, well, this is what we took, what you said into consideration, and you completed a survey, so we might put that in there, and we're gonna present you with what we're gonna do with the money. And you can vote it up or down, but at the end of the day, if you take too long, then that makes you look bad. And then we gotta come up with a different plan. It still makes you look bad, and we still gotta spend money anyway. Like, if we're not involved in the process,
I
it's
may
just gonna
just
be frustrating at the end.
interrupt just a minute. When I'm thinking about the development of the budget, you know, we do hear, we take into consideration the feedback that we get from you throughout the year. So really, I think it's upon us to build a budget that's reflective of our values, what we have in the strategic plan that we all kind of took part in developing, and making sure that what we're putting in this budget is reflective of the values that we identified in that strategic plan. You also have the ability, to weigh in during that budget form that we had just talked about. The only reason I'm hesitant to share the salary and benefit recommendations is we just have to evaluate what that looks like, what kind of impact that's going to have on the budget as a whole. We're in the very early stages of the budget right now. We don't know what our revenue projection is going to be. We're just looking at the operational piece right now. And so implementing or kind of evaluating what those recommendations look like on our budget as a whole, unfortunately, from my perspective, doesn't really, all those pieces of the budget puzzle don't start fit together until about April. So we may have a recommendation, but then, like you're mentioning earlier about making sure you can afford that 3-4 years down the road, we don't want to paint ourselves into a corner and make promises that we just can't afford, can't keep. So really, I look at my position as we would like to share that information with you as soon as possible. We want to evaluate it, make sure that we can afford it for a certain number of time. This budget should be reflective of our values, what we have stated publicly, what we've put into that strategic plan. If it's not, you always have the ability to vote it up or down. As of June 2022, even if it gets voted down, we can put into effect a spending resolution, which gives us the ability to spend money while we go back and revisit the budget. A lot of school systems, including Walton, they don't even approve their budget until after June. There's a lot of school systems that enter in the fiscal year on a spending resolution and don't approve a budget until, let's say, September. Mike, you may know better than me, but that's another option. This is just traditionally the time frame that we have taken, and if all goes well, this is what it looks like.
And I would add, in the recent history, we have received feedback from the board during the budget process, and I think it was around the pay for pre-K teachers that we received, and we were able to revise the budget to reflect that in this process.
So is there a board wish list for the budget that would take care of some of our concerns?
And so I would ask if there is, because I want to get clarity on what is our next steps. If it's the consensus of the board to do that, we will. If it's the consensus of the board to revise this budget schedule, we will do that as well. We just need some clarity on what our next steps are, because I would imagine it's going to take us a lot of work to kind of figure out how we meet the needs of what the board is asking. And I just want some clarity around exactly what the consensus of the board is.
Mr. Davis. And then
yeah, I just want to point out, just a little bit of history. First off, I may have been the only one, or maybe two of us, who have ever voted against the budget at the very end. And it was like we were being told that the sky is falling because how's the school going to operate? So voting a budget down is a heavy lift, and it's not something that we want this board to do. I mean, it slows down the process. It raises all kinds of questions in the community. Okay, so I'm not recommending that. I think in terms of my previous, when we did the strategic plan, I pushed for the specific issue of our low-paid classified workers to be part of our strategic plan. And I was told that that was below the line, that all we could do is vote on a strategic plan that says we are going to treat people equitably and fairly in terms of wages. Okay, and so that's why it's not part of the strategic plan specifically. And I get that. I'm not trying to second guess what we've already done. I will tell you that this is not my second time at the rodeo, not with different staff, totally. So I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but we went in a situation years ago where we were pushing for our classified employees to have their pay significantly raised. There was a study that was done, not nearly as thorough as I'm sure that Dr. Blankenship did, but there was a study done, and at the end of the day, nothing changed because Clark County, compared to Jackson County and Oglethorpe County, and even Oconee County, our wages were a little bit higher. And so at the end of the day, our classified employees never really benefited from that study the way that we had anticipated. And I'm not, again, y'all had nothing to do with that. But it's just like, it's kind of like burnt once, cautious twice. And so I just want to have this good sense, seeing that, again, I point out I'm rolling off the board, but I want to make sure that this is an issue that Ovita Thornton tooted the horn, and she's long gone. And that's why I'm acting this way. So I'm not trying to challenge your timeline or to say it's not rational or anything. But I continue to ask for this to be pulled so I can reflect upon what you've said tonight and perhaps learn a little bit more by next Thursday.
Okay, so the item will definitely be pulled. Dr. Dykeman, and was there another hand over here?
I was just going to clarify because I might have misunderstood, but you said that there would be a survey asking about like what are your priorities and what are the things that you're less inclined to prioritize, I guess. Could there be a space on that then for like open, what else? What did we miss? Or what is something that is not on this list? And wouldn't that then be, I know it's not the same as having a conversation, but wouldn't that then be akin to having a wish list of priorities of things that the board wants to include in the budget?
There actually is an open-ended question at the end that gives you an opportunity to mention, state, stuff that we haven't already thought of in the 10 categories that we presented.
What additional recommendations do you have with respect to the budget?
Yeah, and one thing I was going to mention, that salary study, I wasn't here either, but I do know that we have implemented many parts of that salary study. It may not have been in that current year, but it had to be done over time because we had to compare it to what we could afford. And so, for instance, I think 2 years ago, custodians got a really sizable hourly rate increase. That was part of that wage study. And I think we actually just closed the gap on some of our paraprofessionals who got skipped over in, we had a budget amendment where we finally made whole on some of those salary recommendations from 2017. So they were implemented over time, we may not have had the budget and the capacity to afford all those in one fiscal year, but we still, in my opinion, I think took those to heart and implemented them as as we could afford to do so.
And two follow-ups to my question. One is that I think it would be great if you added that survey to this budget schedule, both just so that we know that that's part of the process, and more so for future years, so that board members are aware that that's something that happened and should happen in the future. And then my other follow-up is that if it turns out that the board member wish list is vastly different than what you were planning to do with the budget, is it possible then to have a discussion about that?
Call a meeting. I like it.
I think that would be doable. I would imagine if, to your recommendation, which I think is a good one, if we have the wish list, the survey for the board done prior to the budget planning session with the Board of Education in April, that's when we can entertain those questions or whatever that process would be.
And I really hate to make promises that I can't keep, because I haven't thought through this whole process. We haven't even gotten the recommendations back. But one thing that has kind of been floating in the back of my mind is, what if we came back with options? Right now we've got a very healthy fund balance. And we said, hey, option A would be this. We'd have to eat into our fund balance this much. Option B is this. It presents us with a balanced budget. Option C is this. And it makes us eat into our fund balance that much more. So that is kind of in the back of my mind as something that we can come back to you with. Unfortunately, the way that all the pieces of the puzzle of the budget come together, I still think that would be in the April-ish timeframe.
I'm good with that.
I think I just wanted to highlight, I do appreciate this piece, and especially you all taking, feedback from the board members. I also know too, that the budget is not just built at the district level. And so I'm imagining that you're also receiving feedback from principals who I would hope are receiving, feedback from teachers and, their LSGTs and their paras and their staff. And so I do, acknowledge that it is a delicate balance, because while I have great ideas, I think all of us have great ideas. You have to balance that with who's, the people in the schools who are, doing the work. And I certainly, just want to reiterate that I do think that's important to balance that as well. I mean, I have ideas, but people that are actually in the schools and doing the work, I think have their fingers on the pulse of, what was needed this past year and what is going to be needed next year and what needs to, be expanded based on where we're going. And so, I don't know, I guess I just say that, maybe as a, in agreement with, of course, with Mr. Davis, as far as, the ideal working towards the livable wages, definitely, and appreciating the opportunity to add that feedback, but then, and also recognizing that, it's none of us. And, it at some point, I would guess that you would hope for some type of consensus as you start to look across all of our responses, so that you can get at least, one or two things that we have in common. So that's just something for you, but also something for the board to think about too, as we put these in, we share this information, that it is none of us. And, input doesn't always mean that's what is going to be done. But just as important is listening to the stakeholders, our students and staff and principals. So.
That was going to be my question, and I think it would have fit better maybe like 3 questions ago. So I'm going to kind of walk backwards a little bit. when we do get to that budget planning session with the board in April, are we to assume that at that point, the wage study will be complete and can be included in the discussion? And can we then also assume that the survey results from the community and teachers and principals, as well as the board, can also become a part of that conversation in April? And so what I guess I'm hearing you say, and I hope that it's okay with this board, that in that April conversation, there is still time to be flexible with changes that need to be made, even if you've had these discussions. What you're doing between February now and April is kind of getting that information together and figuring out how you're going to make all this stuff work. And then April can be that time that we have to come to whomever your deity is moment and have that discussion, right?
Certainly.
Okay.
I mean, if we hear some feedback that is like strongly against certain elements of this budget in April, we have time to go back in May, because ideally with this time frame, we're presenting in April. In May, the tentative budget is approved. It sits for a month. We're presenting it out to the board. We've got our public hearings, and then in June, we vote yay or nay on it, or y'all vote yay or nay on it. Historically, I think last year was one of the first years where that all fell in place and happened. And I think it actually went through on consent agenda, if I'm not mistaken, in our June meeting. Oftentimes, we've had to call additional meetings, called meetings later on in June to approve it. So this is just kind of, like I said, our ideal budget calendar. It doesn't mean it's set in stone, and we can always deviate from it.
And I'm good.
All right, thank you. And so we will pull that, Mr. Davis, what I hear you saying is pulling it. Thank you for that additional information and for the questions as well. Item 10.
Pool.
Okay. we've had-
Consent. I have a question.
Okay. Well, something is going on with, I'm hearing things in this ear. So I heard consent, I think, and I heard pull.
She said
Did I?
pull.
Okay.
You
Okay.
said pull, I said
I
consent.
say
I don't
pull.
get it.
But I said I have a question.
No
Okay.
worries.
Just a clarifying one. Chief Sproul, you gonna speak to me? Okay. So on the document that's shared, it lists the strengths and it lists challenges. Are you saying that these are current challenges that SROs are having, or challenges that?
I think what we're saying is these are challenges we want to be mindful of. And I think specifically the one challenge that, we spoke about earlier that may be causing some concerns. I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to just talk to that for a minute and explain what that means. And what the challenge is to ensure that there's an understanding of the role of this SRO, and that it's not the same as a traditional police officer in many regards. If you look at our school resource officers during the entire year last year, there was a total of 21 arrests in the entire year. And their purpose is not to be hunting down and trying to make arrests, search warrants, or conducting large-scale investigations. Rather, they're there in the school to act as mentors, to be there to do mediation when it's necessary, to allow for proactive opportunity for us to learn about things even before they become crimes, to get an opportunity to try to fix those things, work with school administration to address those things way before it gets to the level of having to arrest somebody. Certainly, we don't want to be in the schools contributing to a school to prison pipeline. That's absolutely against what we're trying to do. And there is some work that needs to be done to ensure that the students, the faculty, and the community understand that that's not our role. We're not there trying to arrest people. And we do. I think that the program does valuable work, and I am here tonight in favor of continuing that program.
So I actually have a couple of questions since you're here. My first question would be, what steps are you taking to make sure that your idea and the values that the district holds trickles down to the actual officers that are in the school to make sure that they understand what their role is?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And so first, any one of our school resource officers, they're required to go through a school resource officer program, because it's really, they're being deprogrammed. We're saying we know what we wanted you to do when you were out in the streets and in certain environments, but here's a different environment, and this is how we want you to conduct yourself when you're in this environment. The other thing is that part of that process to assign a school resource officer to the schools is that the administrators at that school have the opportunity to sit down, meet with that officer beforehand, and make sure that they're a good fit for that school. And so we do take steps to do that, and we monitor our school resource officers very closely. We have a school resource officer program sergeant and a lieutenant that is in close coordination or conversation with the school on a regular basis.
Thank you. And then my next two questions, I think, may be addressed by the cabinet or maybe a joint conversation. But what can we expect with SROs and community engagement, since they are in a role of being a mentor and having to interact with our students? What are we doing to make sure that they interact outside of the school building, outside of us?
As absolutely a fantastic question. And I certainly, if he wants to, if Dr. Fisher wants to add, what I will tell you is we are engaged in a lot of programs. With the schools, we do a summer youth camp. We have a program called Cops and Barbers, where we interact with the teachers and we figure out we're looking for low income, needy families. And we find our kids, and we have the officers connect with the parents, and we'll take those kids on a Saturday to the barbershop to get their hair cut. And certain people will say, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But that in our communities, where's the most information flowing? When is the best opportunity to communicate? And they become mentors. But more importantly than that, when an officer is sitting there in the barbershop or a hairdresser, because we do take some females, but when they're doing that, inevitably somebody's going to say, well, why do police officers do this? And tell me, I had a friend that was stopped and this happened. And then that dialogue begins back and forth, and we get to share information, and we get to talk about, things that are important that those students can take back. So we're engaged in many programs. We just did a cops and shop with a cop program. Where we had funding for about 100 kids to take them, and again, we're looking for low income children. We're working with the teachers to identify people that would fit in that program, and a goal of that program is to make sure that every kid on Christmas Day has an opportunity to have a smile on their face and a present under the tree. And they have about $120. It's not a lot of money, but they have $120. We take them to Walmart, or we take them to Target, or different places, and give them the opportunity to spend some money. One of the things I'd say is that I'm proud about that program is the kids go in and they're not buying gifts for themselves. They're actually spending that money to buy gifts for family members. Also, we work with the Sparrows Nest this year, and in addition to 100 kids that we work with, we adopted 5 separate families, and we just basically said, we're going to fund your Christmas this year. We did 3 last year. We increased that to 5 this year. And so, I could go on all night. I want to be respectful of you all's time, but yes, you're absolutely correct. There are a lot of things that we do beyond, just being in the schools, and especially during the summertime. And one thing I will take time to talk about is we do programs where we will work with the Police Foundation and other nonprofits to get book bags and paper and school supplies so that we can get, those into the hands of our kids to make sure that they have, a healthy, enjoyable school year and they have the supplies that they need to get through.
That's awesome. Last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since the district is investing so much money and time in restorative discipline, what role will SRO officers play in that? Will Dr. Wiley, will they be trained, or what role will you play to make sure that our ideas and what we want to have happen in our schools in terms of restorative discipline continue throughout our schools with you?
Right, absolutely. Well, so to piggyback on what Nicole said, this past 2 weeks, we've had amazing trainings. One was threat assessment training, which we did a cross-functional training with SROs as well as student support services individuals. Second is restorative practices training that we just went through. Nicole was a part of that. The next layer of that is to embed our SROs into that training. So we just went through the first layer with the first group, and the next group will receive it. So we're working that out. I do believe that our SRO cops need to be a part of that work. It is not something that's just going to rest in my division. And it's something that's cross-functional that we're working on right now with the Office of Police is developing or enacting a tip line for students. And so that's something that we're working on real time right now. That's something that student services as well as our SRO cops, they were like, we need this. And so we are partnering with another district to show us what we need to do so that we can lift that, pilot it by May, and actually have in our schools starting in August. So yeah, we work across very well, and I've met with Chief quite a bit. And so I'm willing to bring them in, and we're working on that now.
Let me just mention one other program that we started. We are one of the very first in the state of Georgia to do this. We have what's called a pre-arrest diversion program. And this is a diversion program where we look to, funnel low-level nonviolent offenders away from incarceration and prosecution and toward services, whether it be mental health, whether it be substance abuse, whether it be extreme poverty. To get them services and to keep them out of jail, because we know once an individual goes into jail, the likelihood that they're going to return over and over again is greatly increased. So we want to keep them out of there for the first time, and that program is available to any, high school student or any kid that might, run into trouble with the law. And then we work that out with the Solicitor General, and so that's a good program as well.
Thank you. And I think with those questions, I'm sorry, just for me, with those questions, I'm okay with leaving it on the consent agenda, although Mr. Davis may not be.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hull. Mr. Davis?
No, I still wouldn't like to pull it, but it's for a different reason. But I want to take advantage of the chief being here. And first off, let me commend what a good job I think you're doing in the community. And I do appreciate that so much. I have one concern that I posed in the questionnaire, the solicitation that Mr. Gaskins asked us to fill out prior to this meeting. Questions that we had about this contract. One thing that was written is that I was asking about armed versus unarmed, and what I was told is that if you are post-certified, that the service revolver is by definition part of the uniform. And I guess I just want to confirm that that's true. So it seems like it's like there's no way for the school district to employ someone who is fully post-certified with arrest powers and everything that goes along with it, a stun gun club, whatever, but just not a service revolver, that is something that is just not allowed in the state of Georgia? Or is that something that is just by tradition?
No, it's not tradition. Post determines certification. and they have, specific requirements. And I think, let me try to explain why that requirement is there. When you are a law enforcement officer, so let me say this, most law enforcement officers will go through their entire career and they'll never have to utilize their firearm except for, at training and practice and qualification. And so, some arguments can be made, well, why do you need it? But in the work that we do, unfortunately, in the dangerous time that we live in, is the potential that a situation would arise. If a officer who did not have a firearm, let's say that was allowed, found himself in that kind of a situation where they were facing an armed assailant and was killed or injured, I imagine that family there would be some liability on that organization that put them into that position. I certainly would not expect my officers to work without a firearm, even if they did allow that to happen. It's just a matter of choice. But I think we live in a dangerous society. Our schools are relatively safe, but we do occasionally recover firearms or other weapons. And I pray that nothing will ever happen in our schools, but we do need to be prepared. I can tell you that a couple of years ago, we got a school threat that was circulating on social media. And when we investigated it, we found that the individual that had made those threats had a assault rifle. And he claimed he wasn't planning on using it, but there is the potential there. And, the weapons are not something that we, enjoy, looking at, but I think they are a necessary tool that our officers need to have.
Okay, if I can follow up, and this may not be, I could be in error, but when I last researched this, because I raise this issue every year, the last time I looked at it, which was probably 2 years ago, I found 3 instances where law enforcement assigned to the schools were required to use their service revolver. And one case in mind was a gentleman or a kid who got upset because his girlfriend broke up with him. And so he had to be taken down to preserve that particular situation. But that's
Are you talking here in Athens?
No, I'm talking about the entire country. Right. Okay, and so that's my point, is that when we talk about the actual, sure, there are threats out there, and every time we leave a school board meeting and we have an unarmed officer at the door, there's a danger to us, given these times. But I guess my point is that I'm concerned about messaging, and I'm concerned about the type of messaging that we're sending our youth, in terms of, if you really want to have true authority, it's not your voice, it's not your look, it's not the way you come across, it's not your compassion, it's not your empathy. Ultimately, it is what's on your hip. And like you said, the magic word in terms of deprogramming, and I get that, and because I worked with one teacher who had come from being a bouncer to the classroom, and he had a tough time. You don't treat high school kids like you do a bar. And I worked with another guy who was a good friend of mine who was special forces, and he had retired, and he had a hard time adjusting to, there are different realities in a middle school setting versus being trained for combat. So I raise these questions, and just for discussion's sake, I'm not gonna keep you here, because I do want this continued pull, because there was something else that was written on here that really doesn't involve the chief, but what it said is that CCSD unarmed officers cannot be paid the same as CCSD armed officers, based on the fact that the armed officers are trained sworn police officers, and they have to go to the academy and they get training to fire armed weapons. So the way I read it is that not only are we contracting with the police department to provide armed security for our schools, but we are purposely saying that at least some of our resource officers who are unarmed are paid less because they don't have the weapon. And I'm just bothered by that philosophy, and that's why I would like to contemplate it a little bit more for next week.
So I respect your position. I disagree. I can tell you that on a regular basis, I'm out in the community interacting with extremely young kids, get down on one knee, smile and play with them, and interact with them. And my gun is on my side. It's not a problem for them. And, for the few people who might have an issue with it, I would say, I would absolutely much rather have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. And my last thought is, and I'm going to go away from the gun piece just to kind of drive the point home. My last point would be, we had, mass shootings at Sandy Hook. We had mass shootings in Virginia Beach. We have had, mass shootings in Orlando, Florida, not all centered around schools, but mass shootings where, the day before any one of those incidents happened, those people in those jurisdictions might have shared the belief that you have today. That is, we don't need these things. We don't need, armored personnel vehicles or guns and all these kinds of tools. But the day after those incidents happened, they were very glad that they had invested in that, and that was part of something that was available. If not needed, not a big deal, but when needed, it absolutely needs to be there, and I'll end on that.
Well, okay, first off, I just want to clarify. I'm only talking about in the school setting.
Right.
Okay, and I also want to point out that, if we were talking about a situation where we were a small town in Nebraska, the furthest where you had law enforcement a half hour away, by all means. But again, your police force cover our streets very well, and I would say that if a 911 call comes in, that your officers on the street could move very quickly, as could the folks in the school itself. And so I'm only talking about the school setting. I'm not trying to.
And I understand that, but what I would say is I would encourage you, or I would recommend that you or any of the board members come through our Citizens Police Academy.
I signed up for it, but then the pandemic came.
Well, I would encourage you to go through it. I would encourage you to go on a ride along, because the reality.
I've done that.
The reality. The reality is that a school shooting does not take a very long period of time, and so it might. If our officers had to get to a school to intervene in a school shooting, we could be there very quickly. But it might take 4 or 5 minutes. And my question is, if a person is armed with a firearm, a semi-automatic firearm, how many people can you kill or injure in 4 minutes? So I don't want to. I didn't come tonight to try to challenge you or debate with you over it. I would love to get to know you better and to kind of show you from the police perspective, the dangers that exist there. We're there in the school. I believe we provide a valuable service. We're there for a certain purpose. The fact that we have guns is for the, unlikely event that something is going to happen, but we can't create a situation where it could happen and we're not prepared for it. And so I'd love to, I'll leave my card for you and any of the commission, and we'll follow up. Thank you all for your time.
May I just ask just a couple questions to leave, and it may be more for Dr. Watley as well. I'm not sure. But I guess first is clarification here. The approval for the contract, is it for, it says January approval for 21, 22. Am I understanding that correctly?
I
Mr.
think there's a
Gaston?
typo there, and we'll go back
Okay,
and fix
because
that.
we're talking about next. Okay.
Yeah, 22, 23. I thought, is that not the one that y'all got?
I may be.
Because it should
No,
be,
it says 2021 through 22.
okay.
I think we have the right attachment.
Yeah, it should be a blank.
Okay,
I sent
okay.
you all a blank one.
Okay, I was just looking inside of, I just wanted to be sure. We are talking about for next school year though,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. I guess just a couple of concerns I wanted to register, and I would be more than open to discussing these later, depending on where they fall. But wanting to know, I know Dr. Watley, you mentioned something about the trainings that have been available to our staff, and that we're hoping to involve our the officers. And as well as it relates to restorative practices. What specific trainings exist for our officers as it relates to bias, as well as mental health? I know pre-pandemic, there was at least some pretty extensive training around just sort of the developmental stages, understanding mental health and children. But I am it's sort of a concern and a question as far as like, when do we include the officers, and how do we expand those trainings? Because while restorative practice is definitely a good step and a significant step, understanding how we take our cultural identities and beliefs about people into the work we do, I think is critical. And so I am a little bit curious about the specific trainings that our officers are receiving, but as well as the SROs, what they are actually receiving, be it from the school district or from the police department that addresses those areas.
Can I take that first? So every police officer, all of our police officers, before they are released, they get out of the academy and then they have a field training process. But before they're cut loose to go on solo patrol, they go through local training. And let me tell you some of the things that, some of the training that they receive there. They receive fair and impartial policing. And I would absolutely welcome any of you all to come through that. But it's focused on bias-based policing. It's focused on implicit bias, because I have biases, you have biases, we all have biases, and being able, and every one of my officers has biases. And so in order to be effective, they have to understand that the biases are there, and they have to take deliberate steps to avoid allowing that to impact the decisions that they're making, how they go about doing their job. We have crisis intervention training. That's a 40-hour block of training that every officer must complete, that teaches them how to deal with people who are suffering from mental illness or who may be in mental crisis, and just giving them skill sets to be able to deal with those kinds of situations. We have the International Association of Chiefs of Police has a best practices through Police Executive Research Forum training is called ICAT, Integrated Communications Assessment and Tactics Training. And this is de-escalation training. And it deals a lot with mental illness, but it's really teaching our people how to use interpersonal communication skills and defuse situations rather than escalating situations. I could go on and on. There's more than just that. I can actually get you a list of all the trainings that we have that are related to this subject. But we go through a tremendous amount of training to make sure that our officers understand the very difficult, challenging job that they do, and they do it right. And so I don't know if there's any other training you want to add or talk about.
Yes, not again, to speak to that from the school side of the police. Each year we have a school safety training conference. This year it's in Columbus, and they have breakout sections. And our officer, we pick the ones that best fit us in the now, the de-escalation, the mental health,
And we go through those annually. And on top of our 20 hours mandatory training to maintain our post certification. And we choose de-escalation that covers that. And that's every year.
And was that similar to what, a couple of years ago? I think we were at something similar, but they had it here and it was focused on, I think, mental health. I can't remember.
That was trained in my,
Oh, okay,
trained at
okay.
Team Brain. Yeah, something.
Okay.
Team Brain, yes.
And with the, thank you, with the trainings on like bias and things like that, are those yearly or is that you complete it and then, I know, Officer Reed, you mentioned those are yearly, the ones that you mentioned, one of the ones you mentioned, but
Yeah.
specifically on bias and mental health, are those like required yearly trainings?
They're not yearly or annual training. They received it before they go out on the street, but part of the 20-hour annual mandatory in-service training includes, de-escalation, community policing, and things like that. So they're getting regular and ongoing training. After I got here, we had a couple of, incidents where, unfortunately, we had to use deadly force. And I wanted to make sure although they were justified in using that, I wanted to make sure we had every opportunity, every tool, and all of the training that we could to try to avoid having to get back into those kind of situations again. And so I directed that the entire department, everybody, went through the integrated communications assessment and tactics training that's provided through PERF. I would say here tonight, one thing that I'm learning is that maybe there might be an opportunity for us to come back and do like a work session or just a few minutes, take a little bit of your time to kind of, you tell me, what do you want to know? And we would be glad to come and share information with you if you deem that's appropriate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would add another opportunity that we do have is that we are looking for a police chief for our district. And as I listen to the questions that you have, and I think I have a meeting with Mr. Fisher tomorrow, we can talk about what our interview questions are, what our performance task is. So we're making sure that we select an individual that can collaboratively work with Chief and his department, but also they demonstrate the ideals that we have as a district.
And can I just close and I just want to sort of, we always talk about collaboration and getting by input, but I would challenge NI board members to talk to NI middle school principals or high school principals. You ask them about the SROs at their school and see what they tell you. And I think it would change your mind why we got them in our schools. So if so I would challenge NI board members to do that moving forward. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we will move forward. So that item, I think, still remains pulled. We'll move forward to number 11. Item 12.
Consent.
Consent.
13. Ms. Gallagher?
Who is that? Mr. Gilbert?
And while Mr. Gilbert is coming up, I will say items 13, 14, 15, and 16, I believe, when we changed the threshold of $80,000 to $50,000, now those items need to be included. That might not be your question, but I just want to know those following items are listed for that reason. And there are other reasons around supply chain scarcity that we need to have those items approved without going through a traditional bid process.
Hey, okay, so I think most of my questions can be will include 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay, so under background for each one of these, it says the same exact thing on all four. But I'm gonna just go back to the question I asked earlier with Ms. Higginbotham. So all of my questions are gonna be because the information is not included in here. So the plumbing and playground, and it says approved under emergency exception. Why is there emergency exception?
Because it's over the $100,000 amount.
And typically you have to bid that for 28 days for a capital improvement project. We don't have the time to do that. So in order to comply with the statute, the bidding statute, we have to do it under an emergency, purchase.
And then do we do that often?
No.
Okay. And then, so for HVAC, oh, wait, let me go back. So this is $2 million out of, I guess that's coming out of SPOS 5?
Yes.
Okay. And then that includes the 400, the 600 wing, the new HVAC, and then the other 9 classrooms.
Yes.
So we're doing a total of 17, not 16.
We're doing 16 classrooms. One of them we're using for storage. But there's 39,000 square feet that we're going to be occupying for this program.
So we're using a classroom for storage and storage for storage.
Yes, there's multiple rooms being used for conference rooms, some storage room, things like that.
Okay, what is an earth shelter?
If you've not been out to Old Gaines, it's actually a classroom, part of the school is underground, so it has dirt. They build it and then they pile dirt on top of it. This was popular back in I think in the 70s, to save energy, things like that. So we just call it the earth shelter.
Okay, and then in one of these, I read that there needs to be plumbing for children, but it's a school, so why?
Smaller toilets. When we moved, when we had Hillsman and then the admin staff over there, we had larger toilets. So for the 0 to 3 or 0 to 4, they have lower profile toilets that we have to swap out.
Okay. And then I already said something about background. A water heater.
Yeah, we went through and kind of assessed all of the mechanical systems in the facility. Some of them were kind of aging out. Even though we're saying this is temporary, I envision this to be at least 2 to 3 years before we do something else. So in that time frame, I'm trying to be, kind of preemptive, so I don't have a water heater go out 6 months after moving into it.
Okay, and then my next question is wait, I got another one. Okay, so the $80,000 for the media center, HVAC, and admin building.
Yes, there's scope of work. There's several HVAC units that we're swapping out. We actually have one we're replacing that we relocated from Barrow Elementary probably 10 years ago.
Right.
It's on its last leg. So again, I want to swap it out, get it updated, provide more outside fresh air to the spaces, because of the COVID pandemic and everything. So we're taking that into account.
Okay, and then my last question is for Ms. Higginbotham.
Well, this is one, can I piggyback on one of those? So the replacement is brand new going into Gaines this time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I remember when we were talking about moving into Gaines, we didn't know which age groups were actually going into the building. So if we're going to have 16 classrooms, the first 8 will be what, and the second 8 classrooms will be filled with what age group?
So the initial 8 will be all early Head Start from the expansion.
Okay. And then the second 8 classrooms?
Then we will look at the needs of the community on both sides so that we will have distributed services to the areas that are the greatest need for those communities, meaning that if we have a number of students from the east side with 3s, that we'll look at 3-year-olds and 4-year-old services. So we can have to essentially be able to support the needs of the community as they are demonstrated by our recruitment and those students on our waiting list.
Okay, and then early Head Start is what age group?
0 to 3.
Okay, and then we need a lot of new toilets for 0 to 3-year-olds because we're doing potty training?
Yes, ma'am. There's also a required number of stools per children, and we'll make sure that we meet those requirements.
Okay, and then how many children per classroom?
So early Head Start has 8 children per classroom. Head Start has 17 children per classroom, and pre-K has 22 children per classroom.
But we're not doing pre-K ed games.
Not until we just have begun to look at where our needs are. So they will not move during the middle of the school year. So during the summer, we will look at where our students are, and we will have a need, I anticipate, for some pre-K classrooms within that building.
And I will schedule a time to ask my millions of other questions.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Be happy to chat with you. Thank you.
Okay, so 13, item 13, are we moving that or keeping it on consent?
Consent.
All right. 14,
Consent.
Consent.
all right. 15
Consent.
and 16.
Consent.
Consent.
All right, what about the approval of the legislative agenda? Mr. Davis, is there any additional info you can add on this before we decide if we want to keep it here or pull it?
Sure.
Oh, actually 17 and 18.
Can we just interrupt for 1
Oh,
second?
yes.
Just, there was one item that got left off of here, and it was the drywall ceilings and acoustical ceilings. It's 71,000. It's going to be put on the agenda for next week. So, you know, it'll be in the same format with the breakdown, but just to let you know, in trying to transfer information to Assembly, that one got not on the list, so, but it'll be next week.
Okay, yep, and that'll be fine, because Ms. Palmer will publish it beforehand, so if there are any questions about it specifically, we can reach out.
All right.
Mr. Davis?
Okay, I incorporated at least some of the suggestions I was given in terms of the legislative agenda. If you look on the, we've added a agenda item number 7, dealing with promote equity and retirement benefits. So I want to call that to your attention. That's something that Dr. Gant mentioned to me a while back. I know that Ms. Davis, and I put this in an email to y'all earlier today, but Ms. Davis questioned number 2 in terms of, to eliminate private school voucher programs. Not that she was promoting that, but the fact that knowing that the state legislature was heading in the opposite direction. And so that, and that I thought you were raising, Ms. Davis, that, it's why put something in there that kind of is pointless because they're not doing that. So if there was an interest on the part of the board to take that out, I'm certainly, would entertain that. Dr. Gant also raised the issue about if number 1 should reflect more of the changing the QBE formula as a whole versus the way it's written now is that we're asking for the state legislature to actually recognize that it takes more to educate children who are in poverty conditions and therefore basically pay a supplement to those school districts. The email I sent you earlier, I explained that at one time it was that. And in working with Dr. Means, he felt like that this was, we had discussions and this is what we came up with, was to look at in terms of a supplement for any school district that has a high poverty rate. And there is an actual bill that's been introduced, HB 10, that is proposing that specifically. However, if it was the will of the board to go back to the QBE, because we changed it to this wording in 2020 legislative year. So anyway, those are the changes, or the proposed changes, or the possible changes that you know, if I had some idea of how the board felt.
I have a question. In are any of these or all of these a part of our GSBA legislative agenda, since they are the ones that are lobbying the state government?
I have not done
A cross-check with
a
that?
cross-check. I do know that that number 6, dealing with educational opportunities for all Americans, talking about immigrant children, that was adopted by GSBA under at the request of this board.
I apologize for not responding to your emails. I just haven't had time to make that cross-check either. And I was also thinking of the meeting that we had with our state representatives. I noticed that one of them wasn't present, who was a very strong proponent of the private school voucher programs. So again, the fact that we're presenting this as a part of our legislative agenda, the position that they've said to us is that we have to educate all of the children in the state, not just the kids that go to public school. So that was his rationale for continuing to support that. And as we've gone to more charter districts and charter schools, we're kind of starting to skirt that line between public-private separation there. So I'm just curious, is this really the will of the board to ask to eliminate private school voucher programs? Can't hear you.
Reconsidering diverting funding to private education is on their legislative priorities.
It is?
Yes,
Thank you.
as well as addressing QBE funding and a few other things that
I
we
remembered the
didn't.
QBE, but I couldn't remember where they are on the private funding.
Yeah, it's on their list of priorities.
Any feedback for Mr. Davis, or changes, ideas?
I liked it. I thought it was thorough. I thought it reflected, at least I would hope, or not, I hope, or I feel like it reflected a lot of the thoughts and opinions of the board, as well as when we had our meeting last week with the senators, the representatives. A lot of what we mentioned is on that list, with the exception of addressing mental health, which you were a huge proponent of during that meeting. That's not, I don't think, reflected as much in this legislative agenda. But other than that, everything else I like. I think it fits our priorities well.
And that is right, Dr. Gant. You did emphasize that before. Now, of course, even if we advocate for an updating of the QBE formula, that would do it indirectly in terms of perhaps a greater emphasis on counseling and social work, but that's more of an indirect thing. The way that if we do it as a supplement for low poverty districts with high poverty rates, then that funding could be on the local level be designated for mental health, but that doesn't necessarily follow in terms of what we're advocating. And so, but like I said, I'm fine with any changes that people want to make. I'm just advocating that we do a legislative agenda. I'm advocating that it means something to us, and I advocate that we, something that we have not done before, but ask our public relations department to push this out more. Because a lot of the things, and that's going to speak to the resolution too, if we support it. If we don't, then obviously it's a moot point. But I really think it's important that the public relations department for the school district, things that this school board does in terms of speaking for itself on behalf of the children, should be reported out, and there should be a press release, at least. So anyway, how you want to leave it? You know, I'm fine. I'm fine with taking stuff out. I'm fine with leaving it like it is. I'm fine with rewording.
Any other thoughts? Sounds like, well, if I don't hear anything, I'm assuming that we're fine with how it is.
I appreciate it. Now that he's explained that about the mental health piece, I'm good with it.
Now we could add a special line in that, specifically number one, dealing with you know, because we talk about the transportation piece as being important. We could also put a line in there about the importance of mental health, particularly for this population, this traumatized population. So that could be done.
I would support that. All right, so do we want to keep this on consent or pull it? Does anyone want to pull it?
Consent.
Consent. Okay. The resolution?
Well, again, that has not been modified from December. I have not gotten feedback from it. I strongly feel that board members need to become advocates for, not that we're not in the community, but I think in terms of speaking out on the state level, which is where I'm hoping that this will end up, that we're making a statement statewide, particularly to our legislative bodies, that, you know, these are concerns that we have for our students once they graduate, you know, because we're not saying once they become a statistic for graduation, we're done with you. So anyway, but I'm open to any changes that people see needing to be made, or
I don't hear any. So I'm assuming that there are none. Okay, consent. All right. We'll move forward. Any future business items? And again, these are items that will be placed on that next work session agenda for next month, like not next week, but any items that you all can think of?
I don't have anything to add. I do have a request of staff though. So on the forms, I appreciate the new forms that information comes out on. But if y'all could like put background information so that I don't have to ask 1,000,001 questions and make these meetings feel a lot longer. Like if I can just y'all already know what questions I'm gonna ask. Can y'all just put the information on there, please? Thank you.
All right. And I want to just encourage us to, I definitely know that we have a lot of different questions and things like that. We're part of a team. And so be sure that if you're not getting those questions answered, that, reaching out to your board colleagues to help get those questions answered as well. And so I do appreciate the work that staff does. I understand that you get questions from not just us. So I just want to be sure we, you know, are sort of realize that we're, you know, we have a lot of questions and there's a lot of information, but we're, you know, part of the same team. So if you're not getting those questions answered, if it's anything that we can do as individual members to help facilitate that, because I know that this has come up before as far as having, you know, questions answered and information. So
So under the future business items, if we list these things tonight, is this when we discuss them as well, or the future business items, things that we will actually address at some point on a scheduled basis, or how does that work?
we're sort of trying it out, but as it stands right now, it'll be information that will be discussed in the future. So, and that is a consensus of the board. So for instance, if, I don't know, we felt like we needed an update on facilities, or, you know, if there were so many questions around facilities that we were like, you know, maybe we need to like dedicate some time to that. You know, it gives us a chance while we're all together to be sure that there is consensus around those things. So Ms. Davis, it would be at a future date. It would not be like next week, but it would at least be registered with, you know, Mr. Gaskins, Dr. Thomas, and staff, that this is something that we want to discuss. Now, that will also, there will be an updated calendar at the beginning, I think, of this school year. It was shared with us like a very tentative list of topics that we would be covering at work sessions. From my understanding, that's being updated. And so that'll be being sent out as well. If, you know, and so if there are specific topics that you don't see on there, or there are things that you think we need to cover, particularly as they relate to our strategic plan, or any of those initiatives, that's an opportunity. So in the future.
That's a big one for me. So the strategic plan is one that obviously I spent a lot of energy on. But I would love to know when we're going to have a conversation about our strategic plan and, you know, what our future looks like as we adjust to this new environment, and as, how does that then play out in our building construction and our instructional practices? How are we seeing those things come together so that we can actually get to a place where, and I don't think I'm not paying attention, but where I can actually articulate that we are totally moving in a direction to keep our schools open and our children safe. You know, what are the physical things that we need to address in our buildings? And if we're building a brand new building, this is my soapbox, then Clark Middle School should be the premier middle school in the country for a post pandemic environment so that it can stay open the entire time. And that needs to be a huge consideration for every element of design in that building, including the program of studies and how instruction will be delivered. And how do we address the crisis that they're having now when you have not enough teachers and you're having to combine classrooms? And so what does that look like in an ideally designed building to educate the children regardless of the weather, regardless of the pandemic, and those kinds of things? So that's what I'm looking for. And I don't know how we get there. I don't know if that's us, is that a think tank? What do we need in order to do that? And it makes me nervous that we don't have committees, because we don't have that brain trust that we can put together quickly to kind of figure these things out. We weren't using them that effectively, but that was a possibility. So I'm looking for us to, you know, figure out how do we have those conversations where we can bring in some expertise to help guide us.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And so perhaps that may be a conversation generally related to the strategic plan and any general like shifts and then more specific questions that the board may have. If that's a consensus of the board, that the board would want to receive some general updates as far as like directions and changes and shifts and instructions and responses to the pandemic. I'm just sort of looking at faces to see if that's something that.
Just real quick, do we do that during our quarterly strategic plan reviews with the superintendent?
I definitely think we could. We have one scheduled, we had one originally scheduled for February, but we changed it, right? Because we're going to be doing one of our GSBA trainings. And so I don't know, Dr. Matt, do you know if do we have another strategic update plan
Yeah.
in March?
March 24th.
And so that may be something that we can request a discussion on during that time as well. So it doesn't have to be at a meeting. It could be at one of those updates. Whatever the will of the board is. Should we ask for that at the okay. All right. So Mr. Gaskins, if you could make note of that.
I know the disparity study, there was an update in one of the weekly
Board
newsletters, but I definitely want us to continue to kind of be updated during the board meetings about the study and where we are with the RFP, and continue to move that along.
Dr. Gant, before we move to adjournment, can we just, I just wanted to make sure the items that were pulled from consent, we usually summarize that, and I might have missed it.
Okay. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
I have 9 and 10.
Oh, okay. I'm
Is
sorry.
that just 9 and 10? Okay.
9
we're
and
good.
10. Okay. That was it? That wasn't, okay. Ms. Davis, you had a question, and then we'll move to adjournment.
Oh dear, I forgot to question that quickly. No, I didn't. So we're doing the quarterly, the meeting, we're gonna talk about facilities and the strategic plan then. Gosh, I did just lose my thought. All right, so when I think of it, I'll email everybody. How's that? But something somebody said triggered a thought, and I wanted to make sure we talked about it at some point, but I can't remember exactly which thought it triggered. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Well, we will move to our last item, which is adjournment.
So moved.
Ms. Gallagher. Okay, second. Seeing no objections, we are adjourned at 10:16. Thank you.
All right, thank you.